All right, good morning, everyone. Today is January 23rd, 2019. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Fan, General Counsel Riano, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Held, and myself, Secretary Donahue. The next regular meetings of the Authority will be February 6th, February 20th, March 6th, and March 20th. Those are all Wednesdays. I ask you, if you have a cell phone, please silence it. If you have to take a call, please go outside and into the hallway. Items will be called, for the most part, in the order they were signed in. First in Buffalo, then Albany, and then in New York. Just to let you know, we have some items from Counsel's office we'll be dealing with first, and we have two matters with interpreters that once the interpreter is here, we will take those out of order. Chairman, do you have any items to discuss before we get going?
No.
All right. So the first item is 205B. It's a request for emergency summary order suspension regarding NYSTOG Imports Corp.
Mr. Buckley.
Good morning, all. As Secretary Donahue has said, this is a request from Counsel's office in the matter of serial number. By the way, my name is Robert Buckley. I'm from the Counsel's office. 1265180 is the serial number. Nice Dog Imports Corp. DBA Vaca Bar and Grill. This is I gave the members some photos. Hope you've seen that just to give an indication of where this venue is located. Seems to be on a rather desolate street with some car repair shops, etc. And there's another licensed premises next door called Cucina Taller. It was licensed to be a restaurant. The principals are Hector Silvestre and Jennifer A. Jones. The most recent incident that caused this referral is a shooting or shots being fired outside the location on January 14th of 2019. As you've probably heard the name Police Officer Matthew Pena. He's now Detective Pena. He's the Field Intelligence Officer for the 34th Precinct, which has quite a lot of bars, lounges, restaurants, clubs, etc. in the precinct. So after this shooting incident that the police were alerted to by the shot spotter activation, Detective Pena saw a video where it indicated that there was shots fired in the air, people scattered in all directions. His belief is that the person who fired the gun had the gun inside the premises, because he saw no persons retrieving a gun from a vehicle or garbage can or wherever it might be. And he describes this location as one that he has to pay particular attention to. It is now a venue for what he calls very dangerous gang members, including those who were apparently involved in a homicide or an after-hours club. Again, this premises was supposed to be a restaurant. I believe, I'm looking at social media, it appears to be still a restaurant, but it's a type of venue that becomes a nightclub after 11 or midnight, whatever it might be. And then when I was doing some research on a prior case where Investigator Stravali went to, I saw that there was a litigation on an assault matter, personal injury, where it seems to me that the lease that was submitted with this application was a fraudulent lease. It has the names of Mr. Silvestri there, but in the lease that was submitted by the landlord to defend the personal injury action, it appears to be the same lease, other than the name Dario Oleaga is substituted for Mr. Silvestri. So it appears we have a fraudulent lease submitted. We're not really sure who the parties' interests are in this location, and Investigator Stravali did his investigation and found over $150,000 worth of wines and liquors being purchased from PJ Wines and Liquors, which is a retail package store. So it appears to me that this location, as you see there, has been subject to disciplinary proceedings. We're waiting for Administrative Law Judge Porteous to write his decision. There was an incident in August of 2017 where the premises was highly overcrowded. I believe the entertainer Cardi B was supposed to perform or make an appearance. And since the premises was so crowded, the police determined it was not safe for Cardi B and her entourage to appear, and the premises was completely out of control. So based on this now, I believe that the premises has been now on notice for quite a long time, that they've been operating as a restaurant, and it's supposed to be operating as a restaurant, but they're operating as a nightclub for quite some time, maybe since the inception of the license. It appears that this is becoming a danger to the people in the area, as well as the police and anyone else who's in the area.
The most recent shooting, the victims, did they live?
It doesn't seem anybody was shot. Apparently, it was a shot in the air, Chairman.
And was there a 911 call from the restaurant or bar, whatever it is?
Not that was reported to me by Detective Pena. It was, again, the police were alerted by the shot spotter activation. So apparently there's that mechanism where if shots are fired, the police are notified through that.
And when you say that it demands special attention from the 34th precinct, what are we talking about? Every night there's somebody parked there, or is this?
That's my impression from Detective Pena, that there's directed patrols, particularly at during closing hours. And again, if it was a restaurant, you would not expect it to have this kind of activity, particularly and be open till late hours.
Do we have any record of adverse history?
There's none, Commissioner. Again, as I said, there's a pending disciplinary matters that are completed and before ALJ Porges.
How many of those are still pending? There's four. It looks like there's five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 disciplinary matters, and we haven't gotten decision on any of them.
One, actually, the members dismissed 110-802, I believe, and the other 4 are still pending. And as stated there, when this matter went
What were
before-
the charges in those? Do you know?
Oh, well, it's in the memo. Basically, this incident, there was several assaults. It seems to be the main thing was this incident in August 2017 with Cardi B. Wanted to come there, and the premises was severely overcrowded. There were people, I believe, smoking marijuana, as well as I believe this was the one where there was very little oxygen left in the location since it was so crowded and there was such a smoke condition.
Are there any charges that you're pursuing concerning availing?
Yes, I brought an availing charge that I'm going to schedule for a hearing promptly on that matter. That's in conjunction with. I was just really my own, just looking for personal injury matters and just seeing if there were any of those when I saw this matter where the landlord's managing agent submitted an affidavit indicating that they were not responsible, and they submitted the lease that has this Mr. Dario Oliaga, who's been a licensee in other locations. He's no longer licensed now, but he has had a license. So,
And the Detective Pena indicates that he's got information that the bouncers are taking bribes to let weapons in. How does he know that?
he wasn't really explicit on that, on his police referral. Again, as a field intelligence officer, his ears to the ground. I don't know whether it be confidential informants or his own belief from his own observations. I can't be any more explicit than that. Maybe he doesn't want to be any more explicit in revealing his sources as well.
Okay.
Are you ready to vote?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
With a recent shooting at close to 4 a.m., a restaurant that regularly becomes a nightclub, and it's really unclear who's responsible ultimately for the establishment because of the potential availing. It appears that public health, welfare, and safety is jeopardized. I vote to summarily suspend.
Commissioner Ford?
With gunfire associated with the premises January 15th, misrepresenting the method of operation. Fraudulent and altered lease was presented to the authority. $150,000 worth of illegal purchases from a retailer. They are clearly not living up to the terms of their license, and I vote to suspend.
I'm going to vote to suspend as well on the same grounds.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is 205C. It's also a request for a summary order of suspension regarding Angels of the World, Inc.
Ms. Marsico.
Good morning, members. We're here today because on January 19th of this year at approximately 4:05 in the morning, there was a shooting where two individuals were shot. One of the individuals succumbed to his injuries on January 20th at approximately 9 a.m., and the other individual survived his injuries. This shooting stemmed from a dispute that occurred inside of Angels Strip Club. As the members recall, Angels is fresh off of a 2-month suspension and a $30,000 fine. They just reopened on December 28th. The members imposed that penalty due to another homicide that was related to Angels operations, and that shooting actually occurred in a very nearby vicinity to where this homicide occurred. I believe, I was not present when the licensee came before you. I believe he retained a new attorney that did not represent him during the hearing that I litigated with the licensee. I believe that the licensee and his agent represented to the board that they were going to be closing at 3 a.m. They were no longer going to be using promoters. They were done with promoters, no more special events. They needed to be open 7 days a week because they needed that to survive financially. And based on those assurances and the fact that Mr. Stupas said that he's such an experienced operator, and as the members have seen in the memo, he has a very bad history of operating premises. He said, he'd learned from his lessons, and he was, given the opportunity to continue within these very specific parameters. Well, we now have learned that, in fact, Mr. Stupas told no less than Inspector Shine, who's a commanding officer of the 109 precinct, that, in fact, he is not operating 7 days a week. Instead, he has chosen to cash in on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Those are the nights that he's chosen to open. And on the night of the homicide, we have since learned that a very well-known DJ, and I would describe this as a very special event, named DJ Self, was performing at Angels, and the flyer indicates that there is a promoter on the flyer itself. Since the premises has reopened on December 28th, the police have been there every single day every single night that Angels has been open. Now, more specifically, what do we know about the shooting? We know that the police and the first responders, when they spoke to the security guards, they were told various stories. Some security guards said there was a dispute inside. Some security guards said there wasn't a dispute inside. They heard nothing. That seems to be a consistent story, narrative with the security guards, that they say nothing, they never see anything. I recall that from the case I litigated, where there was a shooting in front of the location, and no one seemed to have heard anything. And that shooting was separate from the homicide that I prosecuted. So the police then, because they're trying to solve a potential homicide, again, the person succumbed to his injuries on the 20th, but the police thought that this individual was likely to die as he was on life support after the shooting. He was shot twice in the head. The police were very eager to get videotape surveillance of what went on inside, because that's obviously how they can identify the potential perpetrators, et cetera, et cetera. Now, in litigating the prior hearing, I had a preview of the extensive camera systems used at Angels. With pride, they showed the Judge Porges, all of the surveillance of the prior victim of the homicide, how he left peaceably out of Angels, and no one could have known that he was going to engage in gunfire outside of Angels. We were able to see this decedent from every perspective, right cheek, left cheek, turning left, turning right, for about 10 minutes. The video surveillance camera captured him. Unfortunately now, the police don't have the benefit of a video surveillance because Mr. Stupas claims that the DVR is broken. I do not believe this for a minute. I believe Mr. Stupas is not cooperating with the police. I could speculate now about the reasons. One reason could be that he was in full operation after 3 a.m. when he told the members he was going to be closed at 3 a.m. Another reason could be that there was a huge brawl inside. For his own reasons, Mr. Stupas has chosen to not cooperate with the police. So this current homicide, as of now, is unsolved because the police do not have that video. The police were able to get video of the front of Angels during this incident. And I didn't see the video myself, but I was told by the lieutenant, the special ops lieutenant, that you could see Mr. Stupas actually trying to sort of mediate this, whatever this dispute is between people in front of Angels. Now, I find that interesting, Mr. Stupas is trying to mediate this dispute, because if they're off his premise, I don't know why he's so concerned unless he heard things that really concerned him and he was trying to mediate. In any event, all we know is after Mr. Stupas was trying to mediate some sort of dispute in front of his premise, these people drove off and one person was killed. So the bottom line is that Mr. Stupas' premise is a threat to the public safety. He hasn't complied with all the promises he made to the members. This is the second death related to his operation. He can't be allowed to operate anymore. So for these reasons, we're requesting that you summarily suspend his license.
Did you say he's, was the term you used, cashing in, just being open Thursday, Friday, Saturday?
Yeah, because my feeling is he's having these special events, making it special. Angels is open Thursday, Friday, Saturday, rather than being open every night, like a regular, strip club open, day in and day out. So he's hosting these special events. I actually have another special event that is posted on another website called Showtime New York. This was found by our investigator. DJ Envy, who's a very, very famous DJ, is featured in this ad, and he's going to be playing at Angels. They booked him way ahead of time. They booked him for August 2nd of 2019, and he's promoted on this website, and there's a promoter's number on the website. So they're definitely promoting events.
Okay, Tom. Well, I do have one question. I realize this shooting, how many other shootings are we aware of at this place?
Well, there was a shooting that occurred in front of the location where nobody was shot. But
And that was part of the old charges that we
the old
settled?
charge, a car that was shot at, yes. And then there was a shooting where someone was killed in October of 2018. And then in the prior case, there have been gunpoint robberies in the nearby vicinity, and this is a kind of a
Is there anything
desolate
pending
area.
right now other than this?
There's nothing else pending.
All right,
We ready to vote?
yes.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm actually a little speechless. This premise, this establishment clearly shouldn't have gotten their license back on December 19. Heartbreaking that there was a homicide and someone died. Operators like this really make it difficult for everyone else to do business because they come up here and they lie through their teeth and then they do whatever they want. And for this to happen at 4 a.m. after we, really were trying to help him out and give him a 3 a.m. closing, it's heartbreaking to know that someone gets killed at 4 a.m. Clearly a threat to public safety and welfare, and so I vote to summarily suspend.
And Commissioner Ford?
So he's not open 7 nights a week as he said he would. He's only open 3 nights a week. So I think that's probably a good thing because it's obviously a dangerous place that really should not be licensed, period. So I concur with Commissioner Fan. We should have never reopened them. So I'm going to help them out and close them down a few more days of the week, like every single one. And I vote to summarily suspend.
I'm going to vote to summarily suspend as well. There's no cash offers on this.
Okay.
They're done.
Thank you.
All right, the next item we have is 205D, Neighborhood Liquor Store Corp. This is also a request for an emergency summary order of suspension.
Mr. Kearney.
Good morning.
Good
Cannon
morning.
Kearney here on behalf of the State Liquor Authority. We're here, excuse me. The authority is here because we would like to summarily suspend the Neighborhood Liquor Store Corp., which is located at 679 Knickerbocker Avenue, Brooklyn, New York, 11221. This is a disheartening case with a laundry list of violations that we feel requires summary suspension. Assault rifles and high-capacity feeding devices, rogue police officers, illegal drug sales, underage liquor purchases. All of these are words that would describe the premise in which we believe needs to be summarily suspended. We're here today because the police referred us to the licensed premise after an investigations by the Internal Affairs on January 18, 2019 at approximately 6 a.m. The licensee's employees, including an off-duty NYPD officer, sold marijuana to an undercover NYPD officer behind the counter of the premise. The ABC law allows for NYPD officers to provide special details for businesses if the officer has permission of his or her commanding officer. Well, these facts are not, those facts are not present in this case, as the off-duty NYPD officer was illegally employed by the premise
As what?
as an employee. So,
Was he like just stocking shelves, or was he supposed to be security, or was he just selling drugs?
So from the reports, it seems that he was more of a cashier, behind the counter individual, but you could also say he was a security guard because of the assault rifles.
He's working under the table, I assume. He wasn't on a payroll.
Correct.
Is he related to the owners?
At this time, that those facts are not apparent. However, we do know that an individual who was arrested alongside the off-duty police officer was the brother-in-law of the licensee.
And what's the assault rifle? Machine gun, or?
So at this point, the facts show that it was a defaced assault rifle with high-capacity magazines. We do not know the exact type of weapon at this time.
But some type of rifle.
And they were selling it, or?
They were not selling it.
It was just there for protection?
It seems to be, with their drug sale, they were using it as protection, just to ensure that they were safe.
It was behind the counter? How do we know it's hit?
The police officers found the drugs as well as the assault rifle behind the counter.
They just did,
with the two employees who were arrested.
they just did an unannounced raid of the place? Is that what
So
happened?
this investigation had been going on for a while. If you were to look at Exhibit 5, you will see that the officer has also been engaged in selling alcohol to minors. 3 occasions before the actual arrest that happened, and again on the day of the arrest, the off-duty officer sold drugs to an undercover officer. So again, the name of the place is the Neighborhood Liquor Store Corp. This isn't your friendly neighborhood liquor store. This is a liquor store in which underage patrons can purchase alcohol. This premise is right down the street from an actual school. So this is a threat to the public safety, health, and welfare. And for the aforementioned reasons, the State Liquor Authority asks that you sustain a summary suspension of the premise.
It mentions stolen property. Do you know what that is by any chance?
So I do not have the exact details. However, again, through the investigation by the Internal Affairs, it was seen that on the date of, excuse me, on November 21st, 2018, that individuals, whether it be the off-duty officer or the managers, someone in the location purchased stolen goods.
Okay. And untaxed cigarettes were found too as well.
Correct. There's a litany of things. Again, we have untaxed cigarettes that were found. We also have miniature bottles similar to those that you would receive on an airline that did not have any tax. They found multiple boxes of that. As well as supervision, we have a husband of the actual licensee. The licensee's husband claims to be the day-to-day operator of the premise, which normally would not be a problem. However, at the State Liquor Authority, we have applications for a reason, and so this manager would not conform with the application that was represented by the licensee.
You can't consider that charge.
What charge?
The failure to conform to the application. That's only against on-premises licensees.
Okay. I think we have enough other charges.
Just want to make sure that's clear, though. Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
A licensee who's MIA, officer who's selling drugs, selling liquor to minor, has a weapon, ammunition, stolen goods. I don't know how else to define threat to public safety, health, and welfare, and so I vote to summarily suspend.
Commissioner Ford?
I don't think it's that often that we suspend a license of a liquor store. But this
My
guy-
first, actually.
Really? Yeah. Then makes two of us.
Three of us.
Three of us. But this place is breaking every rule in the book, you know? So I vote to summarily suspend.
I vote to summarily suspend as well. I think the assault rifle covers it.
Thank you.
Nice job, Counselor.
All right, we have two matters with interpreters here. We're going to do those first before we move to Buffalo. The first is item 203, Uno Cafe and Billiards, Inc.
Good morning, Stacy Weiss for the licensee,
Sorry.
which is Uno Cafe and Billiards.
Who's the interpreter?
Where's the interpreter for, the Korean interpreter?
Thank you.
It won't be too much.
What'd she say?
She's not fluid in legal terminology, but we're not gonna.
Can you talk into the microphone? Can you put your name on the record, please?
Yes, hi. My name is Sang Hee Kim, the Korean interpreter.
Can you speak fluently with them?
Yes, I can
You need to interpret everything that's said,
right.
okay?
In depth, yeah.
And if you have a problem understanding a word or something, stop us and we'll
Sure.
fix it.
The licensee appeared before the board back on September 26th, and at that time, there was a default in the case.
Hold on. You have to interpret.
You understand what I'll go slower,
Yeah,
okay?
keep it short, yeah.
Okay, so we were here back on September?
September 26th.
Yes.
Right. 여기 9월 26일 날에 왔었죠? 오셨죠? 네.
Okay, and at that time, there was a default of the case,
그래서 여기 문제가 있어가지고, 케이스에 문제가 있어가지고, 네.
and the board allowed the case to be returned to counsel's office.
그래서 이제 그 보드가 저기 케어스가 알죠? 거기 오피스에 거기 여기 오시라고 했었잖아요. 네, 충고했었잖아요. 네.
And we had negotiations with counsel's office,
그리고 거기 그 이제 캉스하고 거기서 이제 얘기 나누고부터 이제 결론을 내렸잖아요. 네.
and it resulted in a $10,000 civil penalty.
그리고 결론은 나왔는데 얼마였죠? 만불 내라고. 네.
And we were going to submit a corporate change application.
corporate change will, can you
Okay, change the application, include, add Mr. Kim to the application.
오케이. 그래서 그 만불 내면서 또 다른 것도 이제
To the license.
라이선스를 바꾸라고 네, 그것도 아니면 더 바꾸라고 말씀을 드렸습니다. 네.
Who's on the license now?
Ms. Lee, she's on the license.
They related?
No, they
She
actually.
has to, you have to interpret, because they can't understand what we're
Let's
saying.
just say what the gentleman is saying up there.
Yes. 그렇다면 라이선스 누가 받고 있죠? 누가 갖고 계신가요? 이분 네 여자분요. 네.
Okay. No, they're not related. Miss Lee
전혀
Has-
관계가 없는 거죠?
has been on the license since 2002. They have been partners actually since that time. When they went to get the license,
그리고 같이 파트너인데 지금 언제 그래서 라이선스를 받으려고 할 때
back in 2002, the broker that did the license told them only one had to go on the license.
그래가지고 그때 2002년도에 그때 그거 같이 도와준 사람이 한 분만 라이선스 받을 수 있다고 말씀했었죠. 네.
And at that time, they were new here and that they believed what he said, the broker.
그래서 그 당시에 그때 막 같이 얘기 나눌 때
All right, we're going to stop you there. You good with this?
Yes.
Okay. Tom, we're ready to vote.
Commissioner Fan,
I vote to accept $10,000.
I'll accept as well.
Commissioner Ford.
I'll accept as well.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We'll be submitting the corporate change application. Thank you. Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
we have one more item with an interpreter, 102 Bueno Deli NY Corp. It's Mr. James, right?
What was that number, Tom?
102. Is there the Spanish interpreter here, please?
Good morning to the members of the authority, council, secretary, and deputy commissioner. My
Hold on, we have an interpreter. Are you the interpreter?
He's the interpreter.
Where's the client?
I just spoke to his wife, and she told me that he had to leave the town because there's a family emergency. I believe someone's passing. So I'm asking for the hearing to be adjourned, if possible, to the next meeting. Unfortunately, I just found out as well.
Where'd he go?
I believe to the Dominican Republic. Someone's passing in his family.
Yeah, no, we're not putting this over. This is a recon. You put in for recon, we're going to do it today. So, thank you. Sorry to waste your time.
They can sign your paperwork in the back.
You want to do it without him?
Yeah, I'm going to do it without him. It's a recon.
Okay, that's fine.
He's already had his say. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is for recon, and I am before you today representing Bueno Deli NY Corp. The issue that I found in the record, and the reason why I thought it was appropriate to ask for reconsideration, was that the proper context and the proper facts, I believe, were not presented to the authority on that day after reviewing the record. And I do believe that the language barrier caused an issue with my client confirming some of those facts. So they had the license for approximately 9 months. They had a temporary issued in July, I believe, July of 2017. They were 9 months in operation. In that time, it was not a police focal point. There were no noise complaints, no violence occurred on the premises. That event that occurred on March 31st was the first event of that kind at that premise.
But somebody died.
I do understand that, but that was the first.
You usually only get one of those events.
No, well, I do understand that, but that did not occur in the premise. What happened was that there was a disturbance in the premise. He did have licensed security at the premise. They disbanded the disturbance. They removed the patrons that were causing the issue, and then what happened was a few blocks away they met up again. It would be quite a burden to make sure that the staff, the security staff, can also watch these patrons a few blocks away while also monitoring the premise. Now, a few blocks away, they met up again, and unfortunately, they exchanged.
You say a few blocks away, and really, I don't know that it matters to me, but the information we have is that it was in front.
No, it was not.
And there's no question that they were both inside the premise. So to me, and you just heard a case where someone was hurt and we opened the place back up again. I am not, and I'm not speaking for them, but I'm speaking for myself. I am not giving a manager of a place where someone got shot and killed or stabbed or whatever it was a license again while I'm here. So I'm going to vote to deny.
Any other questions? Are we ready to vote? The other members?
I will vote to deny as well.
Commissioner Ford?
Denied.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move to Buffalo. And the first item there is 164 Greenway Pub, LLC.
Good morning, everybody. Robert Romano, representing Greenway Pub LLC. I'm here with, I'm with Tim Wolfganger, who is appearing from Buffalo. We're here. We have submitted an offer of $12,000 on a conditional no contest plea as suggested by counsel's office. And I do believe there's some mitigating circumstances that would warrant a reduction in that, if you would see to any reduction in that number. Mr. Wolfganger can explain as well, and I'd like him to say a few words, but before he does, the statement that he had signed, he was not, and after speaking to Mr. Wolfganger at length about this, he was not aware that he was signing a document that stated he purchased $7,000 from unauthorized sources. He had, in fact, to his belief, had not purchased more than $700 of inventory. He was not aware of the fact that he is not allowed to purchase the larger bottles and separate them, which obviously most people in this room are aware of. He had not been aware of. He had been doing this a long time.
Where was he buying them that he wasn't aware?
Mr. Wolfganger, you can explain.
The time in question was, I was hospitalized, but my wife had bought them at a liquor store.
So that's my point.
Oh, no, he fully not.
Well, whether you were buying liter bottles or 1.75s, the bottom line is you're buying them at a liquor store.
He fully admits that he purchased.
Well, I don't care if they're buying gallons there. It doesn't. That's
No, but the reason I was told from counsel's office that this suggested settlement number was at $12,000 was because of the volume of unauthorized purchase. And my point is that the volume of unauthorized purchases was nowhere near the $7,000. It was significantly lower.
Yeah, but he did know that he wasn't supposed to be buying from a liquor store.
No, he did not.
How could he not know that?
Mr. Wolfganger?
No, I did not. I was not aware of that at the time. And I
You've been in business. How long have you been in business?
15 years.
15 years, 16.
This proves to you now, 15 years later, that you're not allowed to buy liquor from a liquor store.
I was not aware of it, sir.
So now I wonder whether you should be in business. What else are you not aware of? I realize that's a stupid question, but...
Well, what's in question, I'm at loss for words right here.
Mr. Wolfganger had been operating this premise for 15 years, prior to this, with little to no events.
And he doesn't have invoices for 2 years. Which leads me to believe he has never bought from a wholesaler over the last 2 years. Is there any evidence that you bought anything from a wholesaler over the last 2 years?
Yes, sir. There's, I showed the investigator, one's from Lake Beverage and one from C.H. Wright, which are beer distributors, which are licensed to sell liquor.
The point also being that his sales are, I think his gross sales are $45,000 here and a $12,000.
No, I don't want to put the guy out of business, but
Right.
I don't know whether he should be in business.
Well, I think he's gone through, and I've instructed him to download the handbook and familiarize himself with any and all of the applicable laws and statutes in operating an on-premise establishment. To close it.
Okay, you guys have any questions?
Ready to vote?
I'll go to 10,000.
I'm willing to do 10,000 as well.
10,000.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And make sure he has a copy of that book, because that's,
I
there's a lot of complex rules, but that's not one of them.
get it.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Fogelman, do you want to, take your conversation outside, or? The next item, I know you have it down as 99, it's actually 96. Blueberries Wine and Spirits LLC.
Tracy Jong from Tracy Jong Law Firm, appearing here with a licensee, Louis Colicchio. Applicant has applied to open a liquor store. This location was formerly owned and operated for many years as a liquor store. It did have a summary suspension more than a year ago. He has purchased the business and the inventory and would like to reopen. There's been more than a year of a cooling off period, and this new owner has some affirmative steps he's taking to make sure that underage sales don't continue at this premise. He's already taken the ATAP class. He's requiring all of his employees to take it. He's not taking any of the employees from the former place. All the employees are going to have a training program directly with him and or one of the experienced managers. He's going to have a no tolerance policy. He also has invested in mechanical scanners for the premise and video surveillance so that they can clearly see every single purchase order that is there, so they can detect any chance of there being a fake ID at the place. And they have already taken a policy to have a communication line open with a local municipality so that if there are anybody that's detected to come in with a fake ID, they'll contact the police and or confiscate the ID and hand it over to the police when they arrive. So he's also going to post signs at both the front door and
How much rent is he paying a month?
$3,000.
So the guy that was selling to the freshman class at RIT is now going to be making $3,000 a month off of renting another liquor store. Because the owner of this building is the former licensee, correct?
Correct.
Correct. It's a multi-unit place, and they're renting out different units to different people.
Does the applicant know the landlord or have any relationship with him?
None.
That was my question.
How'd you find out about this place?
I drove by it back in May, and I had a mutual friend of the former owner's son that put me in contact with him, and that's how this all got going.
So you sought him out?
Correct.
First, to put a store there?
Correct.
This guy was taking college IDs as identification to sell liquor. I don't know that I'm comfortable with him making any money off of
It's also going to
this.
be, this applicant's going to be purchasing their inventory.
Correct.
Can we have 2 seconds with counsel? Well, I guess,
Hold on.
I'm
You
sorry.
ready? We're ready.
I'm proven wrong again. We apparently did summarily suspend a liquor store, this one, previously.
What's your experience in trafficking alcoholic beverages?
I haven't yet. This is all new, but I'm ready to jump in and make it the right way, do it the right way.
You've never worked in a liquor store or
No,
anything?
I work for a Diamond Wholesaler
Are you going to still work for the Diamond Wholesaler?
until it gets going. Until I see the income coming in, and then I'm going to be there full time.
And this is Tracy Jong, I have worked with a client and we have, extensively gone over what his responsibilities are and putting in a business plan that addresses all of the issues so that they do not get a reputation in the community for underage sales or repeating anything of the prior business owner. With a one-year cooling off period, we believe that reputation, it's under complete new ownership, new name. It'll have a completely new presence and new ownership, so any of the past reputation and practices won't continue. We've suggested that he have planning in place, that he took the ATAP class, which he's already taken, that he have signs, that he have a social media campaign, make it very clear. He's also had him invest in the mechanical scanner for the place and video surveillance, so if the police ever have an issue, they can see the identity and the faces of each and every customer that's purchasing.
How many employees are you going to have?
One.
Chairman,
Yeah.
Deputy Commissioner Edmonds just actually emailed council and I this matter and another package store application that's on the calendar today. Apparently share some overlapping stores among the four closest.
Yeah, I saw that, but the other application is filed after this one, correct?
Yes.
So we would have to deal with that after anyway. I don't have any other questions.
I don't either.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes. For now, I'm going to vote to deny. I think it would be helpful if you got some real experience with alcoholic beverage sales. The two closest stores that are mom and pop type small scale store both show decreases in gross sales. I do not see a justification for another store.
Commissioner Ford?
There's no protest. You said there's no relationship with the previous licensee, which is just a landlord at this point. And you are replacing a store that was already there. I think with requirement of a scanner and some other stringent rules in place regarding underage sales, I would vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to deny this. Your lack of experience, much as Commissioner Fan said, is what concerns me. You have no experience in the alcohol business. This store was, as far as I'm concerned, probably one of the worst stores we've dealt with previously when it was taking college identifications from numerous college students and selling them pretty much whatever they wanted, all of whom were underage. And it was obvious that it was a popular place with the IRT students and probably other students as well. They were fully aware that this is where they go to buy liquor, and my fear is that given your lack of experience, that is likely to happen again. So I'm going to vote to deny.
All right, the next item I have in Buffalo is number 92, Sam's Mart, Inc.
Good morning.
State your name, please, for the record.
Yes, my name is Amjad Bey. I'm the owner of Sam's Mart Inc.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Previously, I applied the license, been denied because one license, I have a lot of issues. I have two locations previously, and I don't have that location. I run that license 5 years without any violation, and I've been advised by the board to come back next year, and I don't have that business anymore. I only have this business now. In the past,
Been in trouble since or no?
no, sir.
Do we have anything pending on him?
I think so.
And how often are you at this store? You manage it?
I have this store. Actually, I own this property. That's the only property I have. I have it for like a 4 year, and I have previously other tenant was having this place. Never have any problem.
No, I'm asking you, are you here every day at this place?
Yes, sir, I do. Me and my wife.
You both manage the store?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't have any questions.
Ready to vote?
Yes, I watched the video. At the time, the chairman did say come back in 1 year if there's no adverse history. And so I will go with that. I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
It appears you passed the audition, so I vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Next item is number 97, Bell Enterprises LLC.
Hi.
What number? 97.
Got it.
This is the other application
Yes.
we're talking about? Can you put your name on the record?
My name is Susan Kwame. I'm from Rochester, New York, owner and licensee of Bell Enterprises. And I want to open the liquor store in Chilai to be able to contribute to the local Chilai community. And I'm familiar with how to operate a liquor store.
How?
Well, my husband owns a liquor store, but the store would not be directly or indirectly involved with his
Where is his liquor store?
Penfield.
What do you do now?
Right now, well, I'm a homemaker mostly, but I do help out with the management of his store right now. But once I start my own, I would not be working at that store.
So through your husband's store, would you say that you have some experience in a liquor store?
Yes.
Another no protest. What are you doing different than the four closest stores to you?
Well, there's the airport across the street. There are 2 universities about 2.2 miles from the location.
No,
So
what are you doing differently?
Well, I have a website. I'm planning on having a comprehensive website where people could possibly order and then pick up at the store. And also, there'd be card scanners, things like that, to prevent any underage purchases.
What's the name of your husband's store?
Nouveau Wine and Spirits.
Can you look that up? Do we have anything on it?
What's the name again?
Nouveau Wine and Spirits.
How long has he had that store?
It's been about 2 years.
What did he do before that?
Before that, he was in IT. He was working in Time Warner Cable. But he's from the Ivory Coast, and he came here on a green card. So
He's from where?
Ivory Coast originally. So, and he's had businesses there. So he's always been familiar with how to operate a business. But since coming here, he's been working regular jobs until he bought that store.
Oh, I found it.
Where's your lawyer?
What's that?
Where's your lawyer today?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, it just sounds a little muffled.
Where's your lawyer?
Oh, I didn't have her come to this hearing. So
Are you aware that she wrote a letter that says that RIT students have less options since Father and Son Wine and Spirits was shut down? And that the marketing plan will be directed towards RIT and University of Rochester students?
Yeah, I was just reading that
I
myself.
mean, I'm just for that, I'm going to vote to deny.
That's fine, but we made it to step in the back. That's not a motion. I just have information on her husband's store.
Okay.
All right, we're back on the record.
All right, I'm ready to vote.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
I vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
There's like information missing on the other stores. That would be nice to know.
Well,
Scott-
because that's because they didn't reply to us, which
Right.
they're now going to get a visit from our enforcement.
Correct. Scottsville Road is a pretty busy corridor on that side of the airport, but I'm kind of concerned about what your attorney has said here as to what your business plan is. So I'm going to go with Commissioner Fan and deny as well.
And Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote to deny. I don't see the public convenience and advantage, given the fact that two of the four stores didn't even bother replying to us. And one of the two that did is showing a significant decrease since 2015 in sales. And the other part is that you are clearly planning on focusing on a body of consumers, 3/4 of which is underage. My main goal is to make sure that the RIT students don't have anywhere to buy alcohol, not that they make it easier for them. So I'm going to vote to deny. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next item in Buffalo is 100 Oliver Hemphill Jr. I believe we just have opposition on that matter.
That was not called. Oh, I got it. Okay. What time?
Gentlemen, can you state your names, please?
Yes, Ahmed. My name is Clifford Bonacori. I'm a CPA. I'm licensed in the state of New York.
And what was your name, sir, the other gentleman?
Yasser Ahmed.
Okay, go ahead.
So I've been Yasser's accountant for a number of years. He moved to this country in 1996. He opened this liquor store in 2007.
He
we just wanted to-
didn't open it, he bought it.
I'm sorry, he purchased it, yes, I'm sorry, that's correct. So he purchased it from another individual. He does not own the building, he rents it. We try to keep everything in order. He's never had an armed robbery, no kind of criminal issues. But just, it's not negative against anyone else, we're just trying to keep his livelihood in order. We submitted to 4 years of sales, and I updated that through 2018. The sales have increased by 0.5% since 2014. That's with inflation and price increases, so his volume is down. We get a lot of requests for new stores in this area. This area is, Buffalo is a renaissance going on right now, but this area is the east side of Buffalo that is not experiencing this renaissance.
Yet.
Yet, that's correct.
Is he bulletproof?
He has a lobby entranceway, a foyer, let's say, and then they have the bulletproof glass, which you can't go and touch a bottle of liquor. You tell him basically what you want. There's a turnstile, he takes the money, and then he gives them the liquor.
Okay.
But we've had numerous requests. Some don't show up to the hearing, some do. This proposed location is 0.7 of a mile away, which I understand in a big city, that's not very, or they expect more stores, but this is outlying, it's not in the thriving part of Buffalo. It's a 2-minute drive to the proposed applicant. We had 5 or more requests since December of 16 within 1 mile. As I say, he's 100% owner of the liquor store. He also has a grocery store. We approached the city of Buffalo to buy an adjoining lot to build a new liquor store, but that was denied after we spent architectural fees. So he's in a building that the rent is very high, but he doesn't have a choice right now to change that. Let's see, I included too on Friday, I sent over some demographics of the area. And from the pointstohome.com site, which states that the east side of Buffalo, the population has decreased 9.9% since year 2000. The median income for the area is $29,458. So, this store and his adjoining grocery store is his livelihood. He's been in business for 12 years with a clean record. All of his tax returns are filed, everything's paid to date. So we're just asking for your consideration to, we don't see that the sales are there for another store.
All right, is Fillmore Wine and Liquor open still?
More wine and liquor.
681 Fillmore Avenue.
681?
It's 0.7 miles away.
Let's see here.
You obviously don't know.
Don't know.
All right, thank you.
You ready to vote?
Can I ask you a question? You said that the city of Buffalo, specifically Common Council President Darius Pritkin and others were against this. Do you have anything to substantiate that other than stating it?
Well,
No, they're saying they were against him. Right, they were against you adding to your store, correct?
yeah, well, the conversation was, I went to City Hall, I met with the building department and so forth. We hired an engineer, we went through all the process. We paid an engineer about $3,000 to do a rendering of the proposed building next door that we were gonna build, and one of those locations would have been the liquor store. So we went through the whole process, and when it got time for the planning department, they said that there was complaints about neighbors not wanting a liquor store there. There already is a liquor store there, so
that's not going to close unless something happens naturally. But we just wanted to upgrade it. So when I spoke to Mr. Pridgeon, he was very nice and everything about everything. But that was the response, that there's neighbors that have a problem with the liquor store.
So that you did not talk to him about this application?
No. That was when we did the rendering. That was probably a year and a half ago.
Okay, Tom.
Ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
There are 6 stores within the 1 mile radius. Population is down 10%. City of Buffalo officials clearly don't want more liquor stores in the area.
And the applicant didn't show.
And I vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
Denied.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote to deny as well. As Commissioner Fan pointed out, there's clearly enough liquor stores. The population is down 10%. This was going to be a bulletproof store, which we would like to see open stores. And the applicant didn't feel it was important enough to show up. So I did have questions for them, and they're not here, so I'm voting to deny.
Okay. Michelle, I have nothing left in Buffalo?
There's no other items signed in Buffalo.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to Albany, and the item is 108, City Liquors of Utica, Inc.
Hi, this is Jennifer Sin. Our firm is representing City Liquors of Utica, Inc. Principal of City Liquors, Kevin Hughes, was unable to attend today, but I'm going to appear on his behalf. And we had previously proposed a conditional no contest plea in the amount of $5,000. And today we're respectfully requesting that the commissioners reconsider the decision of December 11th, in which they denied that conditional no contest plea and counter-offered with an offer of a $30,000 civil penalty. And we're requesting that the board reconsider and accept a conditional no contest plea for $20,000 for the reason we set out in our request for reconsideration.
Why?
We were hoping that the board would take into account the amounts that have already been paid to other agencies of the state of New York. The licensee paid a $10,000 criminal fine, has made restitution of any excise tax in the amount of $2,500.
What about the excise taxes that he didn't pay, that we didn't catch him with? Because you're going to tell me that he was smuggling 500 liters in, and that's the first time he did it.
I honestly don't know the answer to that.
I would like to take the license. The only reason we're not is because it wouldn't be worth the waste of our resources to do it. But I think the $30,000 is extremely generous myself.
Okay. Understood.
So I'm going to deny the reconsideration.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm going to deny as well.
Commissioner Ford?
I vote to deny as well.
And if it goes to hearing, they will lose the license.
Understood. So the licensee, can he accept the $30,000 civil penalty offer?
Yeah.
At any time, you can just notify us that you're accepting it, and then you'll get a letter about payment.
Understood. Thank you very much.
All right. Is there anything else in Albany?
No other items.
Okay, thank you, Annie. We're going to move to New York. And the first item is 173, Vino Nostra LLC.
Good morning again, everyone. Robert Romano. I'm here on behalf of Vino Nostra LLC. I'm here with Ross Calarco, who is the sole owner of the LLC, sole member. Mr. Calarco came here 2 weeks ago, and I believe there was at that time, a split decision on approving his application, and it was suggested that he comes back today, which he has, and I suggested to him that he appears in person, which he is. And Mr. Calarco was denied a license previously for, in my opinion, errors in his application and misunderstandings of labor law. I understand he had applied naively attempting to not hire employees on his staff, but have 1099s, which he is now he has hired an accounting firm, an accountant who has steered him in the right direction, and he is fully aware that that is not acceptable. This premise had been licensed previously. My understanding, it's been 11 years since it was shut down. And there has not been a license on the premise for 11 years. It is, if there was one concern at the time, I believe, of the capacity of the premise, which is at 318 persons, Mr. Calarco is certainly willing to limit that if it could be for an example, a 6-month or 1-year period, to lower it down to 200. If that makes the board more comfortable, he's willing to do that to show good faith and to show that he can operate a compliant premise. We submitted a letter from Imperial Guard, which will be doing the security, obviously all New York State licensed security guards, and Mr. Calarco is here to answer any questions or concerns.
Is that 200 patrons or 200 including staff?
200 including, if that's what you,
Yeah, I mean,
Is that with the balcony or without the balcony?
The balcony is no longer part of the premise. It's, that's like an office storage area, only accessible.
it's
to the
not
kitchen.
public premise. It would be licensed, I guess.
Yeah.
But it won't be open to the public.
Customer area.
Do you have space inside the door for lines?
Oh, yeah. There's plenty of space. If capacity got big, there's plenty of space for lines, definitely.
Well, again, limiting the capacity certainly initially would not.
And how many shows a night are you planning?
Just one.
What are the hours again?
8 p.m. to 2 a.m.
7 days a week?
No, probably Wednesday through Saturday.
That Syracuse, I have found personally going up there and representing a number of places, Sunday through Tuesday, it's fruitless to attempt to open a place.
Okay.
Unless you're on Armory Square.
Okay, well, thank you for your effort. Just a suggestion, when you do petitions, you want to include people's addresses. That would be much better if you ever do it again in the future. I appreciate the security plan. I will change my vote to approve with the limitation of 200 bodies, including staff, security guards with metal detectors, organized lines, and as much soundproofing as you can do to the space. I know Commissioner Ford really wants his old place back, so.
I used to go here?
I used to play there.
Commissioner Ford, what might your vote be?
The one we canceled?
No, back in the 80s.
Apparently the band was too loud.
I remember the place well.
And I would ask that if you would consider that in 6 months that he can come back if he's operating a compliant premise to increase we can even do it gradually.
I wouldn't do it before a year.
Let's do it a year.
Okay.
And then I'll vote to approve as well with everything Commissioner Fan said, but no promoters.
That's fine, I'm okay with that.
And the hours, what'd you say it was, 8 p.m. to 2 a.m.?
Yeah.
8 p.m. to 2 a.m.
And you will have 18 and over events, or no? 21.
I'm not even gonna mess with that, it's too risky.
Okay.
Commissioner Ford, you good with all those?
Yeah.
And
Can hand that back to Jackie.
Commissioner Fan is modified by the chair?
Yes.
Okay.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you very, very much.
Appreciate everybody, thank you very much.
Thanks for coming down.
Next item is 117, Cave Below LLC.
Robert Romano for Cave Below, right over there, for Cave Below LLC, submitting as per recommendation of council's office, submitting an offer of $6,500 as settlement.
So the one thing that caught my eye here was that they plan on hiring off-duty police officers, which my understanding is you can't do unless you have permission at a minimum.
I discussed that, and they said they did have permission, but I will.
Does that even matter?
No, not for on premises. The only way they can be is that if it's a police detail and the licensee is paying the police department.
Well, that, all right.
So I would,
Okay.
it's great that they want to fix it, but that's not really the way they need to fix it.
Right.
Okay.
But otherwise I'll accept, but make sure
I will make sure.
that they don't hire cops.
Got it.
I would accept too.
Thank you. Accept. Thank you, everybody.
Next item is 171, Oak Beverages, Inc.
Mr. Fogelman.
Morning, Leonard Fogelman, attorney for Oak Beverages, Inc. This is Deborah Boning, who's the president of the company, and this is Judith Bachman. Oak is here to settle these charges. There's an offer that has been submitted. One thing I'd like to add, though, is based on Oak's unblemished record since they've been licensed in 2009, I ask that the members possibly consider to reduce the amount of the fine. They've been in business a long time, no history, no record.
How long were they selling wine?
I believe they made this one sale to this one retailer who told them that they had a AX license when they only had an A license. They inadvertently did not log it in properly, and that permitted their system to sell wine to this retailer.
So how long?
I believe that it went on from sometime in 2015 to 2016. There were multiple sales to the same one retailer.
And I'll just note to the board that this penalty is after significant negotiation with counsel's office and could have included a significantly larger number of charges. I believe that even present today is the new corporate compliance officer as required under the corporate compliance agreement that was significantly negotiated with the licensee. I don't necessarily disagree with Mr. Fogelman's contention about the history, but I do think that this penalty is
No, so we're
far
talking
lower
about,
than it could have been.
we got at least 600 different sales, correct?
I think there could be a significantly
Which is,
larger
and the
number of
max
charges.
penalty in all those is 100,000 each?
600, what's the 600 number here?
I have 600 separate invoices reflecting the sale of wine or liquor to this individual over 3 years. And Tom, do you know the max on that?
It's
$100,000.
A charge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we
So
don't,
I think,
there aren't 600 charges here.
no, there's not 600
I mean, there aren't
charges.
600, there were not 600 sales to this retailer.
There are 424 invoices and then 232 more. But that doesn't matter. The point I'm making is they were looking at millions of dollars of fines, potentially.
If I may, sir, to clarify, my understanding is that we sold to this retailer who had a wine product license rather than a wine license. It was 18 cases, I believe.
Then how are we getting even 22 charges then?
You had, the notice of pleading originally had 20 charges of sales to this one retailer. Each one,
Reading the memo?
let's call it
I
one,
think the thing that is being missed here is that we also discovered significant issues with price posting.
Right.
Right, which
Which is 100,000 as well.
Correct. We only see two of
If
those.
they're looking
charges.
at, my point I'm making is I don't care what the charges are, they were looking at millions of dollars of fines.
That is correct.
based on the price posting issue, correct? That's what you're
Right.
discussing now, okay.
Right, and to clarify on that issue, if I may, we've worked with counsel's office and
Significant.
appreciate his cooperation and good work toward fortifying what we're doing in the
Yeah.
future. just to clarify on the price posting issue, we believe it was an inadvertent oversight, and it was done on 2 non-consecutive months. So we were price posting. There was an issue with the website. The former employee who was responsible for this told us upon our conversation after being notified that she had attempted to price post. There was a problem with the state website. The state, she understood, would help her, and apparently there was a miscommunication.
She called the SLA, spoke to Wendy Kennedy, who said she would take care of it, quote unquote. It was not followed up with an email back from Wendy Kennedy that she did take care of it, but the assumption was that after the conversation with Wendy Kennedy, that Wendy Kennedy would take care of it. And
Okay, well, I mean, the point I was making is this is a pretty generous offer on our part, so I'm going to accept it.
100,000 accept.
I'll accept as well.
thank you very much.
Next item is 94, Middle Country Wines and Liquors 1.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioner. My name is Henry Warakomsky. It's for a new application for Middle Country Wine and Liquors. I think this
I'm
application...
sorry, I hate to do this. I just need 2 minutes. Sorry.
All right, we're back on the record, and this is item 94, Middle Country Wines and Liquors 1, Inc.
Charles Lynn for the opposition. I'm the attorney for 4 of the closest stores to the above-referenced applicant. That's Shaw Wine and Liquor at 1954 Middle Country Road, Gin Thai at 2388 Middle Country Road, Center Reach Liquor at 209 Center Reach Mall, and Boyle Wine and Liquor at 15-109 Mill Country Road. As far as proximity, there are 10 liquor stores within 2.5 miles of applicant. I've attached...
How many, I'm sorry? 10?
10.
In 2.5?
Correct. I've attached my area survey and list of stores, which I have annexed as Exhibit 1. Of these 10 stores, the following 7 stores are all on Middle Country Road: Shaw, Center Reach, Ace Liquors, Gin Thai, Boyle Wine and Liquors, Kenneth Leon Bruno, JES Wine and Liquor, as well as Middle Country Road is the main thoroughfare in this area, running through the village of Center Reach and Selden. So there are 7 right on Middle Country Road itself, within 2.57 miles. As far as population and demographics, the combined population for Center Reach and Selden for years 2010 through 2016 has been stagnant. Both hamlets have populations between 26,000 and 30,000, and the population density is deemed average. Those census figures I've annexed as my Exhibit 2. Also, 3 of the closest liquor stores in the area are in massive shopping malls, the 4th closest being in a strip mall. As far as gross sales, the second closest store, Center Reach Liquor, has just bought its store in June 2018, so it shows no history of sales. The third closest store, Ace Liquors, has had consistent decreasing sales in the last 4 years. And the 4th closest store, Gin Thai, licensed in February 2016, was also a transfer, and it has no discernible sales history. Now, the closest store, which is Shaw Wine and Liquor, I made a FOIL request, and I did not get...
They didn't reply.
All right. When I contacted them, I did get their figures. They sent me 4 years of sales, quarterly sales figures. So I did make
Sent them to you and didn't send them to us?
I know, well, as I said, I told them that they were required to give it to the Liquor Authority. I always have my clients send them to me. I didn't get it. I just assumed that he sent it, but I do have the listing, which is important because I also have the sales returns, and they do show a significant decrease in sales, so they are important. So I would ask if I would be able to bring this up and have it made as part of the record. I know it's last minute.
Sure.
Again, I'd say the reason for it is...
So you're representing that they sent these to you, or you got them over the phone?
No, I emailed from the accountant, and I have a copy of the covering email from the accountant so that you could see that I got it from the accountant who gave me all of the figures, all of the reports. It would therefore seem as though with stagnant population statistics definitely showing that with the sales figures decreasing, especially the 2 closest, and stagnant population statistics, that definitely this would show that consumer market is not needed a new liquor store in this area. As far as public convenience and advantage, with 7 stores right on Middle Country Road, with 2.51 miles of that thoroughfare, and a mere 3 other within, more than 3 other within 2.2 miles, it would seem as though applicant cannot provide any new service or any new product that are not already provided by this extensive number of stores within these 2 hamlets. So therefore, I respectfully requested that the application be denied based upon public convenience and advantage, given the close proximity of 10 liquor stores, of which 7 are on the same road as applicant, the stagnant growth in population, the significantly decreasing sales figures, and the lack of any new products or service not already provided by the area, which is already saturated with current stores.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead. No, yeah, he represents all of them.
One thing for public convenience, I think I submitted a list of from the people in the area that want a liquor store. I think it's about 200 names we submitted with addresses. That my client was standing outside the shopping center and speaking to these people, who request that a liquor store at this location is advantageous. See, this location is a new shopping center, and a supermarket's going in there, North Shore. The other 4 closest liquor stores, even though they're not in, they're in shopping centers, they don't have a supermarket. So this is, it's like one-stop convenience shopping, having a supermarket where the people can go, leave and buy liquor. And the petition is signed by over 200 people, and there's addresses there, stating that they want the liquor store at this location. And it's a new shopping center. It's right close to the.
Yeah, you said that. Is there any other thing that's, is there any other public convenience and advantage
Yes,
other
my
than?
client. Yeah, she wants.
As you can see from the letter, I love to talk, so brace yourselves. So, as explained in extensive details in my document submitted, which I'm confident that you all read, I understand that oversaturation and public convenience and advantage are critical for New York State and the State Liquor Authority. Therefore, I would like to begin by stating that Middle Country Wine and Liquor will offer products, services, and an experience which is not offered in any of the closest stores to my location of interest. I'd like to serve a large selection of wine, spirits, and various other services not offered by our closest stores, such as wine club memberships, integrated with Lightspeed POS in conjunction with Tent Mango to send educational emails on pairings, as well as other recommendations based on similar items of interest that they have purchased. The rewards cards, of course, also means other rewards earned from purchases made, which I'm sure you guys have heard 1,000 times before. I will also offer deliveries, a temperature-controlled fine wine room, tastings, and a website for an added convenience. Additionally, I want to offer wine education and educational tastings in a professional manner using automatic wine dispensers, something that offers an experience for our customers similar to that offered by big corporate giants, but in a small mom-and-pop store. I also postulate that proximity analysis on a major thoroughfare such as Middle Country Road should not be considered for determining oversaturation. On the contrary, only public convenience and advantage, as well as how and to what extent are these stores different, should be considered. So why am I getting into this business? Because business is my passion. And with my education in business administration, accounting, theater arts, and music, what could be better than to own a business in which there's so much room for growth, so much experience to offer that has yet to be discovered, because most owners run these stores, run this business like a traditional liquor store. So how will I offer public convenience to the community of Center Reach? As you've said many times in the many cases that I have reviewed, Chairman Bradley, this is a driving community in which any reasonable distance traveled is not a big deal. Which right there, you can see that is right there. It shows that that Middle Country Road it's got highway signs on it. So so looking at distance by mileage would be an inaccurate indicator of saturation in this area, in my opinion. Moreover, Middle Country Road is, like I said, a 4-lane highway where any and all businesses thrive because of the heavy traffic. This can be compared to Route 110 or Jericho Turnpike, which have about at least 15 stores on the same road, but because of their heavy vehicular traffic, it is acceptable. Each plaza on this specific road falls at about 0.3 miles away from one another. Each plaza has many major national stores and brands offered, driving the public into the plaza for varying shopping needs. These are stores like Walmart, Big Lots, Payless, Modell's, Party City, and many others that are not found everywhere. People travel from all over the surrounding towns to shop here. I learned this the hard way when I began my petitions in the Walmart parking lot, just half mile away from my store. I quickly learned that this area specifically, that parking lot specifically, consisted of people from all over Long Island. So I had to make things slightly more difficult for myself and go door to door to get my petitions instead. But that's when I learned that people are traveling from all over to shop at these big box stores. That is why there's a pattern of increasing sales in this area. And people will travel to my store as well. Firstly, because people will travel to the local supermarket, the only supermarket in town of Center Reach, which I'd like to point out. And of course, needless to mention, supermarkets do serve as a complimentary fit to any liquor store. Secondly, people will travel to my store specifically just because of the large selections and the experience offered. This in and of itself will be a destination. My store is the closest store to the major junction that connects to the North Fork and the South Shore. That means commuter traffic from as far as New York City could be adding to my customer base. This won't be a market disruption for any of the existing stores, and I am not competing with these traditional stores. Given my experience, connections, and knowledge, I'll be creating a new market. And what am I doing different from these stores? To point out the obvious, again, my store will be brand new and modern, offering a high-end experience to our customers. Now, as explained, that my driving force of opening the store is my passion for New York wines and spirits. Many people are unaware of the various wineries and distilleries located in New York. This is because many stores, similar to our 4 closest stores, do not offer such variety, education, or selection. My store will have a large selection of Long Island wines, craft gins, craft bourbons, and hard ciders distilled right here in New York. Did you guys know that that none of these stores carry even one cider from New York? In fact, I had contacted some of these stores myself and asked if they do, and they forwarded me to the nearest beverage distributor, which is fine, but that must mean that these stores are making a lot of money to give business away. So these products are not offered by many stores in New York, let alone the 4 closest stores to my location. I want to offer exactly that. This will promote New York products, but also offer a great convenience through our large selection for those shoppers with a developed palate for various wines and spirits from throughout New York and all over the world. That said, I will have a wine to spirits ratio of 70-30, with 20% of them being from Long Island and the Finger Lakes. Among our large selection, we will also offer organic wines as well as other healthy wines and spirits targeted toward the health-conscious shoppers in the plaza. Twice a year, I will also be offering a grand wine tasting featuring only New York and Long Island wines, which I doubt any of these stores have or even are aware of what that might be. Given that this will be the first different store from when you get off the major highway, the LIE, we are serving as public convenience and advantage due to the large selection and the clean and brand new look that our plaza, and more importantly, my store, will offer. Specifically, if you're interested, what is it that I will carry? Some of my surrounding stores do carry Long Island wines. I have personally visited these stores and have seen it myself. They carry all commercial Long Island wines, such as Pindar, Duckwalk, Martha Clara, and many others like such. But there's so much more that New York has to offer, such as Quarry Creek in South Hold, Channing Daughters in Bridgehampton, Clovis Point in Jamesport, and many others from the smaller wineries in New York, which I'm not sure if they even know of, but I'm 100% sure that they don't carry. Besides, I'll skip that part, save you some time. I also will be carrying award winner spirits like Deep Wells Gin, Rough Rider Bourbon, Hudson Baby Bourbon and Rye, Oni's Rum, Green Hook Gin, Queen's Courage, and many more, again, which I'm not sure if they're even familiar with. So why did I pick this specific location? Because clearly it's not the easiest to get a permit in with all this opposition standing right here. I was seeking a location whose residents have a decent income level, as well as an area in which there are either not many wine and liquor stores, or even in a saturated area, these great selections of craft spirits and wines were not offered. The number of thriving liquor stores in this area tell me that there's a demand for this product, and my research tells me that there's room to offer more that is currently missing. Additionally, of the 4 closest stores, none of them have a supermarket in their plaza. The plaza in which I am seeking approval will have a supermarket, and not just any supermarket, because I understand that Boyle Wine and Liquor is here, I'm sure, and they do have a supermarket in their plaza. So I'm not talking about just any supermarket. This is not your everyday bargain market such as ShopRite or Stop & Shop or Key Food. This is North Shore Farms. That compares with supermarkets like Uncle Giuseppe's, Whole Foods, or Wild by Nature. This will bring in a clientele that I am specifically seeking. Customers that are looking for a bargain will go to the stores like my surrounding stores who are offering a lot cheaper prices. However, customers looking for a quality product and education will come to mind. With these high-end stores, my luxury wine and liquor store will give and receive the same target market this plaza is trying to reach. Supermarkets, again, serve as a complementary fit to a wine and liquor store. Virtually all plazas or shopping centers that have supermarkets have a liquor store. This would indicate that even this plaza eventually will have a liquor store. So
How
that
far
is why I
is
think,
this location from your husband's store?
it's about a half an hour away from his location.
Does he run a high-end store?
No, he does not. What he carries has slightly inspired me along with my interests, which again, I'm sure you've read my letter. But no, what I want to offer is something completely different. I want to offer something high-end with an experience, which he is almost there, but not exactly offering what I want to offer. What I want to offer is a new market entirely.
So why not just do that at his store?
Because I feel that I'm an independent woman and I don't want to do my own thing. I don't want to be known to be something that I did with my husband, where it's just known that I followed along his little path and did what he was doing. I want to extend it and I want to do it on my own terms.
And you guys live closer to his store, or you live closer to your store?
None. We are probably on a whole nother level. We're in Bethpage, New York.
Okay.
His store is in Bayshore. I might even fall on Triangle, but I'm very bad with my geographic
Got it.
map.
So how far do you live from the location of this store?
From this store, I am about 45 minutes away.
45 minutes. And you're talking, your letter talk about these winery tours that
Yes.
you plan to do. How would that work?
Winery tours that I plan to do?
Yeah.
Winery tours that I have made. These are tours, so maybe you're referring back to my limousine business that I've owned in the past.
Yeah.
So I had built a long and trusting relationship with a lot of the wineries because of that limousine store, because we wanted to make sure that we can give the best wine tours possible to our customers in the limousine store. So from that connection that I have built there, I decided to reach out back to these wineries, remind them who I am again, and reach out to them and see if they'd be able to join me and maybe help me out in this new venture, because I want them to come in and educate my customers on their wines and their vineyard.
And you are, you obviously have some experience in your husband's store.
Very little, to the extent where I know it's being sold, and yes, I understand it, but I go there during the holiday times just to see what's going on and whatnot. I am busy, I do work, and I just recently graduated, so I don't have too much time.
And tell me about Jamie. What's your experience?
My name is James Sebesta, and I have about 7 years liquor experience in both Northport and Greenlawn. About 3 years serving down in Northport Village, and I would say about 5 or 6 years almost being a manager in Greenlawn Liquors. And I've done, like ordering, and not just like a little bit of ordering, 300 to 400 cases from the major companies, from smaller companies. I'm really here to be the store manager for the proposed store and help Ritsu out as much as I can with the experience that I have. I think if there's anything else I could add. I do know a lot of the reps too, and like that Ritsu was just mentioning, a lot of the same people that she actually knew through the limo company. And I will be contacting them as well with her, and we'll be talking to them and even working towards doing a kind of grand wine tasting at the store.
Have you ever worked for her husband?
No.
Okay.
Chairman, can I just respond on 2 or 3 matters?
Sure. I don't know that she's done yet. Are you done?
I mean, I can continue, I have so much more to say. Well, that's not that much more, not to scare you guys, just a little bit more.
Well, I don't want to cut her off, but I'm gonna eventually.
No, it's not that much more, I promise. And it's all information you'd like to hear anyway, I think.
When do you expect the supermarket to open?
So the plaza is still building in there, what is that? My letter?
No.
Oh, I thought, the supermarket, I'm assuming they're in the process of building it right now. So they've already got this going, I guess, the process of, they've already gotten, the deal, the lease with the landlord. And,
Are walls up?
well, yeah, they're starting to build it. Before it was nothing but a pile of dirt, now they're starting to build it, yeah.
Go back to the past 3 years on the Google, it's actually pretty cool. You can see it go from a lot, just like a kind of like desolate lot, all graffiti. Now it's like a really nice kind of
brownstone building over there. So it's going to be a really great addition.
Should I continue with White Center Reach?
You should finish.
Okay. Don't do this to me. I got all this preparation. All right. So I did want to look for a location with residents who have a decent income level, as well as an area in which there's either, like I said, not many liquor stores, or even in a saturated area, they don't offer these selections. So the 4 closest stores that I have, like I said, don't offer a supermarket. My store will be the only supermarket being offered. I also want to talk about a little bit about the North Shore Farms. Not only will we be doing-
We can skip that.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. So I guess I can talk about the population of Center Reach if you're
Yes,
interested.
that would be interesting.
Okay. So the population of Center Reach in my research has increased from the last census in 2000 to the most recent one in 2010, as well as the most recent survey that I saw in 2017. The U.S. government census shows the population of Center Reach has gone up about 15% as of 2010 from the last census of 2000. Since it is 2019 and almost time for a new census to be conducted, I pulled data from 2017. For this, I looked specifically at the drinking age population of Center Reach, since that's what really concerns me. This has increased from 19,780 in 2000 to 21,225 in 2010, with the highest mark of 23,900 in 2017. And because Mr. Charles Lynn mentioned Selden, and because 5 of the 10 stores listed over here are from Selden, not Center Reach, I have also attached the drinking population of Selden as well. So based on my research, although the drinking age population of Selden decreased from 26,850 in 2000 to 25,560 in 2010, it significantly increased to 29,000 in 2017. This increase does not include new developments of Westfield Green Apartments, which has just begun leasing as of this month. This gated community offers 126 high-end units, which is certain to bring an increase of income and an increase in population by the time the 2020 census is taken.
Where is that?
This is Selden.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and this is actually right by the other stores. It's probably about 2 miles away from the store. And because, as mentioned before, that this is a driving community, and just driving in these areas really doesn't really make a big difference as to how far the distance is to certain things, then not a very far distance away is the neighboring town of Coram, which also has another new development known as Willowwood at Overton Preserve, and that's been recently built. That development has 140 townhouses, and that's right off of Middle Country Road. So that's also, in my opinion, certain to bring an even more public into our plaza for the unique experience offered by us, as well as other shops and services of Center Reach. I think, first, I would also like to mention, because he mentioned the gross sales, the first closest store, which is Shaw Wine, has not provided its sales. So, to my understanding, that is not legal. I am confident that their sales have increased, but I don't know that for certain. But I do request that all, if any, documents submitted today be disregarded and dismissed, as I have not had the chance to review them or research them myself as well to say anything against them if I wanted.
You can look at them now if you want.
I would like to.
Because I'm not going to, I took them in, so we're going to keep them.
Not
So
a
you're
problem.
welcome to look at them.
Sure.
And the sales tax figures are right from the accountant.
How long they been in business, Charlie?
They've been in business,
8 years?
yeah, since 2006, I believe. Yeah. I'm sorry, give me just one moment. So I guess,
This is what, 18 or 15?
no, they're showing 15. I don't know why it's written in hand.
16, it went down.
Okay.
Yeah, they're gone down.
And then this is a total of 1 million? So in 18, they reached 1.3 million?
No,
390.
Oh,
That's a dollar sign.
oh, okay.
but they've gone down.
All right. So, I mean, I haven't had the time to write a big letter on this one.
I'm not giving you that time.
But if they do have declining sales, I would like to mention that Center Reach Wine and Liquor just opened 6 months before, right across the street from them. They're 0.3 miles away from them. So if anything, they're the ones posing as a threat to them, not me. Again, I am not in the same market as them, as I'm telling you. I am trying to offer a completely different market, open a new market with new products and new experience. And Center Reach Wine and Liquor does compete based on prices. That is not my market.
All right, finish up, please,
Right.
'cause
I've already told you about Center Reach. I also like to mention, which you can see yourself, that for 3 months of the sales provided, they made $384,764, which is about $400,000 every 3 months. So just to do simple math, that's about $1.6 million for the 12-month period, and that's not even including the holiday season. So you guys can do your own math on that one. The third closest store, Gin Thai, licensed this February 2016. That's a transfer, yes, with earnings of over $1 million in its first year. And their business went up from 2016 to 2017 by $199,000.
we have all these numbers, so I don't need you to go through
Okay.
them.
Well, so my point is that they have shown steady increase. Same with, I'll skip this too then. So basically, the increase in gross sales provided by these entities and the development of new apartments and townhouses in my surrounding towns, 2 of which fall within a few miles of Middle Country Wine and Liquor, in a driving community, promise an increase in market demand to date and looking forward. So I'm requesting your approval of this application based on public convenience and advantage, products and service differentiation, positive growth in the drinking age population, the insignificance of proximity on a major thoroughfare like this one, and the steady increase in sales of some of the closest stores.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Mr. Lynn, you have 2 minutes.
That's all I need.
because I've taken them all. Sorry.
Oh, he had his time.
And I'd just like to point out that my statistics also on Exhibit 2 just shows minimal or stagnant population increase for Selden and Center Reach. And in addition to
Well,
that,
she was talking over an 8-year period. You were talking over,
current from
you were talking over a 1-year period.
2019, yeah, a 3-year period. Also, it just disingenuous if in fact the population has been increasing and in essence the sales decrease, that there's greater demand. In addition to that, I only went 2.57 miles out with regards to my survey. I easily could have gone maybe about 5 miles or even 7 miles because of what appears to be her statement that they're going to be reaching out beyond the Selden Center Reach area. Because there's no question about it. You have 7 stores right on Middle Country Road within 2 miles. And there's no question about it, now that I supplied the Shaw Wine and Liquor sales, which came from the accountant on sales tax figures, that they've significantly decreased. And the other 2 stores, the Center Reach store is not a new store. That was a transfer also. So the 2 stores are transfers, which we don't have sales figures, but the 4th store does have decreasing sales. The facts speak for themselves. And the only other thing that I like to point out is Center Reach Mall, if you're not familiar with it, is huge. When you come down the highway of Mill Country Road, one part of the area of the plaza is on the right side with 1 store. The other side of the highway is, again, huge number of stores, close to maybe 30 to 40 stores with their own liquor store, only 0.4 miles away. In addition to that, Boyle, which is just down the road, does have, I think, a Stop and Shop. And within the Center Reach Mall, we do have a Walmart. But again, this is a traveling, people aren't just going to go buy food and then also look for wine and liquor. And in addition to that, if you want to go through a whole litany with regards to what could be bought at a liquor store, then you're going to have the total argument that we're going to supply everything. These stores don't have it. We do. But it's the demand. And the demand obviously isn't there. Otherwise, the sales figures would be up.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan.
Your energy and business plan is inspiring, and I am also impressed that you came here with someone who has experience, because you do not have the experience. However, I think the numbers just don't justify another store at this location. So given your energy, I would find another location. You're 45 minutes from here. You're not local here, so I think you're maybe not tied to this particular location. And if you find a different space where there's not just so many stores very close to you that are showing declining numbers, I would, be inclined to
Not that this
reconsider
might
this,
change
so.
your opinion at all, but that's
They're in the
why.
middle, they're in the middle of voting right now.
So for now, I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
Granted, it is a driving community, but there are two other stores pretty close by, and I'm not really seeing an increase in sales that really shows that there needs to be another store at this point. So to Commissioner Fan's point, your energy, your enthusiasm, your research, everything, you did a brilliant job. I just don't think it's the right location.
And Chairman Bradley?
No, I could not have said it better myself.
You don't want to
So-
compliment me on my energy and.
No, I am. I'm taking both of their compliments and throwing it at you. I'm sure that doesn't give you any good feeling, but I have to deny just because of this location. But go find another one, and in a heartbeat, you'll get it, so.
I appreciate it.
Great.
Pretty much, yeah.
I saw you and I to call a bathroom break.
Yes, she did.
The next item is 172. This is a request for a declaratory ruling regarding the Hudson Yards.
Welcome back, Ms. Kwan.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for having this back.
Hello.
Barbara Kwan with the law firm of Dano, McMullen, and Panoff, and with me is Jay Cross, who's the president of Related Hudson Yards, leading the company's development efforts for the Hudson Yards site on the west side of the city.
Thank you.
For the chairman's benefit, if I may just summarize briefly what happened at the January 9th meeting.
No, I watched it.
Understood. So in response to the request, we submitted this diagram. We weren't certain if you received them in color on Friday, so we've brought this and also copies for you to review. But it's one continuous space that we're discussing when we're defining the public area we're discussing with respect to our request. So it is the public square and gardens, which continues onto the Great Hall and the two passageways that lead to 10th Avenue, where and just to give you some context, the observation deck is at 30 Hudson Yards up above. We are not seeking the observation deck area. Upon further conversations, we learned that one floor of the observation deck will likely be licensed. No, there's no application yet, and we were trying to avoid the proximity to that licensed premise. So we're here to answer any questions you may have based on the supplemental materials and our discussion from the 9th.
So all of it is outdoors?
No.
What's indoors?
Where you see the Great Hall begin and the passageway
That's
to the
covered.
street. Yes, and then, let me,
But it's a public passageway.
correct. These two parts are out.
What are you envisioning that would happen in the passageway?
Well, it's, I'm sorry. go ahead.
It's retail space, but it's defined within the zoning context, has to be open for public pass, has to be certain height, certain width. So it's the ground floor because it's taking people to Penn Station, either on 33rd Street or 31st Street.
And we imagine with the Great Hall, it provides a specific vantage point for the vessel, so we imagine that people will gather in the Great Hall for a certain view of the passageway.
But what kind of sponsorship activities are you envisioning?
Signage.
Signage.
Along the walls.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Much like you see in the subway passageways
Correct.
now.
Yeah, in fact, there's a subway passage as well. It goes underneath to the number 7 subway.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying, and I'm glad you figured out the licensed space with the observation deck. Given the public benefit that you're providing, for having all this outdoor space, I will vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I vote to approve as well.
I'm going to vote to approve as well. I think it's consistent with what we've done in the past in similar situations. And I don't think there's really that big of a risk of a tied house issue.
And the written decision will be obviously limited based on the supplemental submissions.
Understood.
Thank you.
Very much. Thank you.
The next item is 98, 2192 Flatbush LLC.
Jonathan? Thank you.
All right, we'll go to the next one.
The next item is 205A, 885 Sunset LLC.
Donald Bernstein for the applicant. With me is Charlene Wellington. Charlene owns the majority interest. I think that this is before you only because there was a cancellation order relating to the prior licensee. Charlene and her partners have no connection to that owner, that premises. Charlene has two other licensed bars. She has Charlene's on Flatbush Avenue and Hinterlands on Church Avenue. She's had them collectively for 12 years without any violation. She
Do they
found
have
this space-
outdoor areas, either one of them?
Hinterlands does.
Yes. She found this new space when the gentleman who became one of her partners was on the block and saw the for rent store in the sign, and they contacted the realtor.
And what are the hours?
The hours are 1 p.m. until 4 a.m., outdoors until midnight. The community board did not even ask to see us. This area is pretty close to Industry City. It's very commercial, but we're just barely in the 500-foot rule. There are only 3 licensed locations within 500 feet. All 3 of them are over 400 feet.
What's surrounding the backyard?
It's basically brick walls. There's, directly behind us, there's a tall building with no windows. Above us, because there's an extension, so there's no window directly. It's just, 4 brick walls.
It's residential?
It is residential.
But, so there's no windows on the 3?
There are windows offset a little bit, but there's none on the brick walls that are on the back of the
Okay.
outdoor space.
What are your hours?
1 to 4 a.m.
Closing at
1
midnight.
p.m. to 4 a.m.
1 p.m. to 4 a.m., yes.
Closing outdoors at midnight.
Outdoors at midnight.
And what's the music?
We're basically just going to have an iPad and not loud music at all.
Which is what they have in her other 2 bars, just background recorded music.
Who are your partners?
Louis Gomez and Henry Mautner.
And how do you know them?
I've been friends with Louis for roughly 5 years. He's the bar manager at a restaurant that I frequent with my husband. And he's friends with Henry. They both used to work there.
What's next door to you? 'Cause I'm looking at the Google Earth.
On one side, there's like a deli, and on the other side, there's a karate studio.
So they're not using the backyard?
No.
And it's not residences?
Not directly next door, no.
No, Person Street. So you might have said this already. What kind of food?
We're gonna have pizza behind the bar at all times, and then we're hoping to have some pop-ups in the kitchen in the back.
Okay.
And your other places have similar music as you're going to play here? It's just iPads?
Yeah, just iPads. Charlene's has a jukebox, but that's it. No live music, no loud music.
No DJs?
No DJs, no.
So this is just going to be a neighborhood bar, basically?
Neighborhood bar.
Okay. Tom?
Yeah, I'm ready, Tom.
I'm ready.
Commissioner Fan?
Recorded music, no dancing, 1 p.m. to 4 a.m., outdoor closing at midnight, given positive feedback from the 500-foot hearing, and no protests, and no community board objection, I vote to approve. And I want to mention your clean record, too.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
Ditto.
Thank you.
I'll approve on the same grounds. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Next item, are we ready for 2192 Flatbush? All right, come on up. This is item 98.
Good afternoon, Neil Vasaki for the licensee, 2192 Flatbush LLC, doing business as Cache Restaurant and Lounge.
All right, so we have some opposition. So why don't we hear from them?
Which of the applicants is with you?
Oh, I have one of the licensees right here, Mr. Benoit, Hadley Benoit.
There's two.
And where's Gene Joseph?
Oh, he's actually at the restaurant. The restaurant opened mid-December, and he's running the restaurant today.
Okay, let us hear from the opposition. Can you both come up?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I live right.
Could you state your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Eric St. Bernard, 4211 Avenue R, Flatbush in Brooklyn.
Say your address again, sorry.
4211 Avenue R, Brooklyn, New York, 11234.
And how far are you from this location?
I am just right behind the location. The fence is, I'm the nearest house of 7 houses that fence the location.
Got it.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we spent several years dealing with the after-hours noise from this location. This was litigated, and the license was revoked. I guess the records are there to show where the police officers, the neighborhood, everybody had issues with it. The new name is asking for the same things which caused us very sleepless nights: extended hours, music, and the liquor license. At the end of last year, in fact, they had some event there for 2 weekends, and we had to resort to the old habits of sleeping in our living rooms because the 6 houses that fence the location, our bedrooms are facing, right there. We are working class people, taxpayers, teachers, nurses, salespersons, who cannot sleep at nights once they have this loud music that continues after 11, and it gets louder as the night proceeds. There is also an establishment on the same block, 7 buildings away, another bar a next block away. They don't need to have extended hours, music, and a liquor license to run the restaurant. We have never objected to the restaurant. Now, our state senator, city council member, police precinct, Marine Park Civic Association, community board, and neighbors all object. We all can be wrong.
We didn't get anything from the elected officials you're talking about.
It was sent to if you look at the file at the address when it was revoked.
No, this is a different licensee.
Yep, asking for the same terms and conditions.
No, I understand
Okay.
that, but you're making a representation that the elected officials are against this licensee. They're not.
Okay, well,
as far as we know, they may be.
Okay, got you. I think the objection was against the location and the type of business. Like I said, we have nothing against the restaurant, but the location is not really conducive for the fact that we have people living. In fact, my bedroom is about 9 feet away. Not 9, not correct, I'm wrong, about 18 feet away, sorry. So what has been happening is that when they were going on with the loud music, it means at 11 o'clock at night, we can't sleep. I think at one time with the old location, they give them certain hours or whatever. It meant that during the week that we can't sleep until after 11 at nights, and on the weekends until 2 in the mornings. So we're just asking you to just, again, no objection to the restaurant, but we just find that music, extended hours, with the liquor license is not really fair to us who live very right next to the location.
Have you been to the restaurant since they opened?
Excuse me?
Have you been to the restaurant since they opened?
I don't think they just have the place open. There's nobody in there, more or less. But I know that
they're not serving food right now?
Not to my knowledge, but I know that they had some Christmas parties just around Christmas to the New Year's time, and we were literally up again until after 2 in the morning in order to find some rest.
All right, thank you.
What street are you on? Are you on Hendrickson?
I'm on Avenue R. In fact, Hendrickson would be right behind the location. Yep. So Avenue R, in fact, their fence, my fence and their fence border each other.
I'm sorry, can I just clarify?
Sure.
Can you say again what happened? So they've been having holiday parties?
They had parties for around 2 weekends just before the Christmas New Year period there.
They may have got permits, we'll look it up.
Generally wouldn't be
and-
prior to being canceled.
And it was loud.
Yes, ma'am. The truth is, it's not as loud as it used to be, but it still denies you that night's rest. And that is the concern. That's all.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
My name is Aggie Smith. I live at 2247 Schenectady Avenue, which is actually 2 blocks away. It crosses Flatbush and Schenectady, but I diagonally face the bar. I've lived in that residence for 39 years. The last 6 to 8 years due to bar traffic. You can see it?
Trying to determine where it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if you
it's-
look at Flatbush and look across, there's a TD Bank in the parking lot.
Okay, go
So
ahead.
because of that parking lot, I face it.
Got it.
But you can see I'm a distance away, quite a distance away from Eric. But sound travels. So 6 to 8 years ago, when Flatbush bars started opening, and I learned the path to quell the quality of, to try to quell the quality of life that has been totally destroyed by these Flatbush bars. So we closed Freeze Up after years. Then we closed East Savoy. And these people are opening with the same exact model as East Savoy and Freeze. The hours are the same. They have the DJ music that they're planning to have. We do not object, and we talked at the community board that we do not object to a restaurant that closes 10 or 11, that doesn't have DJ music. But this is a lounge. It says it in their name. It is not meant to be a restaurant. And by the way, a lot of members of the community were planning to come here when it was posted on the front of their restaurant lounge that it was supposed to be January 19th, I believe, or 12/19. So that was posted. So we had the teachers taking off. We have an 8-month pregnant woman who's actually due in 2 weeks, so 8.5 months pregnant, who felt she was not up to coming. We have a sick man with gout who's in his 80s. They're usually here, and they were here for the East Savoy meetings. And the reason that we didn't ask the senator and the assemblyman and the commissioner for letters is because they didn't open yet. So on the location, they have written us previous letters. But community board and precinct did deny it, and we talked with.
Well, I mean, you could ask them for letters on the location. I
Okay,
mean,
well-
every time we get a new application,
Okay.
we have to take the new applicant into account, not just the location.
Okay, well, we didn't realize that because they don't exist yet as a lounge. But they do have loud noise. I can hear them, but they haven't had a lot of loud noise because they don't have the DJs there yet, and they're not serving liquor yet. But the model that they intend, and I would like to tell you, at the community board meeting that we all attended, and the owner came with his lawyer, he asked for us to vote yes. When we said no, because of the history and the model hasn't changed, he said, I'll get the license with you or without you.
Okay, can we just, let's stick to the facts
Okay.
of this
So-
application.
So we do have one other bar that's still open there. That's about 7 doors down. It's a smaller bar. And we don't want to go through this whole process again. East Savoy, you gave limitations, and they never complied. So giving them even limitations disturbs us already. It disturbs our quality. We shouldn't have to keep going through this.
Well, I feel for you, but we have no control over who applies or how often they apply. The area is zoned, unfortunately, for restaurants and bars. And Flatbush Avenue is a main thoroughfare, so they have a right to apply. So that may mean, even if we deny this, you may be back here in 2 months. There's nothing we can do about that unless you change you can have local government change the zoning, but that's very difficult to do. But that's, we can't tell people they can't apply, and we don't tell people that. So,
Okay, but
all right, anything else?
no, we just really request that a license be denied for them.
Thank
For
you.
the community. Thank you.
Do we have something here from the community board? Am I missing?
I haven't seen it, yeah. Do we have any?
So is your restaurant operating or not operating?
Yes, it is. May I sent in a memo last week with some exhibits. Maybe the pictures didn't come out so clearly. So may I approach? I just want to give each one of you a couple of photographs that so you can actually see clearly what the place looks like.
Sure.
And a resume of the.
Oh, yeah, I got that.
There recently. I took 5 quick photographs. Here you go, sir.
Thank you.
Here's a legible. Executive chef. This is,
Oh, just give them to the secretary down there?
These are existing pictures of the place? So it's open right now
yes, it is.
as a restaurant?
Yes. Okay, so again, thank you for having me. I have a lot to say because I had a whole bunch of things I wanted to say. The 2 people against it threw me off a little bit. So why don't we first start by saying when I went to that meeting with my client on May 16th, putting it nicely, nobody even really wanted to hear anything that we had to say because the crowd was so hostile and even the people, the members of the board, I guess they had it so much with the prior licensee there. I'm never really.
Can you blame them?
No, absolutely, and I agree with them, but I didn't even have an opportunity to explain to them, what the new method of operation would be and explain.
Well, and the one thing I'll agree with them on, it appears to be identical.
Okay, well, I don't.
Why in anyone's right mind would someone who says they're going to run a restaurant come in to a place that lost its license because of disorder, among other things, and request a DJ and live music?
Okay, well, the only thing I knew about the past was that it was a horrific record. We requested the records from the Liquor Authority. I saw it was a very lengthy, bad place. I did not know, I thought it was a bar. I did not know it actually tried to disguise itself originally as a restaurant and then, morphed into something that should have never been. But, I take my clients as I get them. When we met with my client, I sat down with him. We went over a whole business plan. This is a legitimate restaurant, undoubtedly. I've been there. There's a very, very extensive menu. He's a professional. He's a college professor. He's owned a business for 20 years in the past. He's a part-time realtor. The other applicant also had licensed security guard experience for many, many, many years. I explained to him the problem. I mean, just when we left when we left the community board, we didn't really even have a chance to discuss. And I understand the problems of the past. And, here we are now with a new applicant, a new method of operation. I want to say one thing of.
No, but see, here's the deal. It's a new applicant. It's not a new method of operation. It's the same method of operation. The menu is a joke. This is a joke of a menu. There's nothing on it.
But it's 2 pages.
It's 2 pages of hamburgers.
No, not at all. I sent.
You got salads, a couple burgers, and then.
The main platters. This is a real menu.
Am I wrong here? Or?
Unless it didn't print
What?
out.
May I approach? I just want to
I
make.
have the menu, but it's. Am I wrong as far as menus we get representing restaurants? What this looks like?
Appetizers.
There's
Let me
like
find it.
10 main platters. Excuse me.
No, we have 4 pages, but there's.
No, sorry, may I?
This is not you're giving me a resume of a chef. These are not dishes that a chef is even interested in cooking.
I just want to make sure that you have the right resume.
I know I have it.
How many pages do
How
you have?
about you submit it initially? Just
I sent up Friday a memo with a new active menu that.
Friday. This was,
Yeah,
I mean,
I
I
have 3
printed this
pages
up
of-
last month.
Well, Friday I sent up basically a short memorandum.
Oh, no, I didn't get this one. So why was this menu not put in with the original?
This is a work in progress. They have a new chef, executive chef, and they put a new menu together that's actively being served in the location.
And why call it a lounge then if it's a restaurant? See, the fear I have based on looking at this application is this is going to be exactly what was there before.
Okay.
And he has no experience, none. His partner has no experience. You asked for DJs, you asked for live music. I got 2 neighbors here, and it sounds like there were 12 others that wanted to come.
Can I say one more thing? What I submitted on Friday, the last page showed that in good faith, knowing that the back was a problem, he soundproofed the entire back wall and sheetrocked over
But
it.
why do you need to soundproof a
So nobody
restaurant?
could use because I made it very clear that we know that there are neighbors in the back, and so
Do
to
you
alleviate.
hear what they're saying, though? They're saying that they don't have a problem with a restaurant. They have a problem with someone who wants to be something else.
Well, my client wants to be a restaurant and a lounge. He's very amenable to.
Which
to
is exactly what they had, and they don't want it again.
Can we talk about hours? Can we talk about basically alleviating some?
I mean, I don't know where they are, but the one thing I can tell you is, given what was here and given the fact that your client has no experience, none, there's not going to be a DJ, there's not going to be live music, there'll be light recorded music, and that's if I decide to vote yes on it, and the hours are going to be exceedingly limited compared to the previous place.
Can I, just this past weekend alone, many members of the community, council people, public, people who were in the public were actually at the restaurant. As a matter of fact, the new chairman of Community Board 18, he himself was given an award at the restaurant just this past weekend. We have photographs on my client's laptop of everybody at the restaurant.
Well, the community board
And
has
that's
asked us
probably
not
the
to
night
do
he
it.
couldn't get sleep. I mean, that's what they're telling you, that when there are events, it's loud in their houses, like.
And you shouldn't have to move to another room in his own freaking home to sleep.
No, that. What, were you open later on?
What did they say their hours were again?
11 o'clock?
Yeah, it was from 6 to 11.
What are your hours?
Our hours are from 1 until 11.
1 PM till 11?
1 p.m. until 11.
I mean, he definitely wants.
How is that a restaurant if you're not serving lunch?
We serve lunch at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. to 11. We don't serve breakfast.
I mean, there are many places that are restaurants and
I
lounges.
thought you
mean,
said 4. Didn't you say 4 AM?
That was on the original application, again, in the memo.
Well, this is the application, so how many more times are you going to change it?
No, what I'm saying is when I submitted, I said that we would gladly talk about taking a decrease in hours to make everybody happy. I mean, we're not, the hours are not that important. It's a restaurant with a full menu, with an executive chef.
Keep saying that. It's a lounge.
It's not a lounge.
Well, then get rid of the music.
Can I talk to my client for one moment, please? And just, can I step out for one moment?
Yes.
I'll see how much he's willing to
Mr.
concede.
Vasaki, just before you go, there was a comment made about some notice with the 12/19 date. That was,
I think it was 12/19, he posted in the front window, if anybody has any objections, they can write to the SLA for the meeting of 12/19. So all the community thought it was 12/19. It was posted in the.
What was that?
That's the notice that I'm required to post. That's the notice that was sent. That says
Is that for the community board?
No, the notice that says that I have a liquor license application pending.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't know anything
supposed
about
to-
that.
I'm
oh,
not supposed to-
that doesn't make any sense because that notice gets posted 10 days after you file the application?
Yeah, that was, yes, that's the notice that was
Okay.
instructed my client to post.
This was filed in August? So how would you know it'd be on a board date in December?
There's no date on that paper.
I don't know.
That's a standard notice that.
There's no date on any paper? No. So then my client's saying there's no date on the paper?
No, there's usually a date on that.
I've never seen one, to be honest with you.
No, there is.
No,
a date.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I've never looked at the
Can I,
the
if I
document.
could just step out for one moment?
Yes, go ahead.
Have a quick conversation.
You want to call another item or?
Sure.
Okay. Next item is 201-160 Dykeman Rest Corp.
What were you pointing out there, Chris?
Hold on one second, Mr.
Go ahead. Yeah, no, I knew that, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Donald Bernstein on behalf of the licensee, 160 Dykeman Rest Corp. This is a conditional no contest plea that we negotiated with counsel's office of $12,000 civil penalty.
So let me, before you get going, let me withdraw charge 2 at the request of counsel.
Correct, thank you. But I also wanted to let you know that the premises closed shortly, earlier this month. We received the license certificates last week. I don't know if you've received them yet, but we sent them up for safekeeping. It will probably remain closed for at least a few weeks. I think they have to regroup and take into account some of the issues that they've had, some of which have been corrected, so that they ensure that when they reopen, they are in full compliance with the
Yesterday.
approved method of operation. Came in
Got it
yesterday?
yesterday.
Yeah.
So that's the only reason I'm going to accept this, and I'm assuming that when they open up again, they're going to look completely different than it does before they closed, because they were open 6 months. No, I'm sorry, almost a year. Over a year, a little over a year, and all this stuff happened. And none of it's good.
And I think that's one of the reasons why they voluntarily closed, to take stock of that and make sure when they open, they are in compliance.
All right, I'll accept.
12,000 accept.
I'll accept as well.
Thank you.
$103 Busby 77 LLC.
Good afternoon. My name is Kimberly Summers. I'm here with the applicants, Keith McKeon and Kenneth Quinn, who are on the application.
So you didn't do the application, though?
That was my business partner.
Oh, okay.
Yes. That was our office.
Okay. Go ahead.
So in a time when businesses are coming and going,
I'm sorry to not, I'm assuming these people are here for this?
Yes. So to the side, we have the landlord of the building.
Anybody in opposition, though?
The remainder of the people I believe.
Okay, so they're going to get to go. Why don't you guys can have a seat, and all the opposition, please come up, put your name on the record, and tell us why you're opposed. All of you, come up, get right behind him.
So one by one, you want us to identify, and then I should
Yes.
read my testimony?
No, you identify yourself and read. I don't want you to read anything. I'd rather you just speak and tell me what you're doing.
Okay. So my name is Mike Schweinsberg, and I'm the president of the 8BCD Block Association, which is a 5-year-old, 2-block-long block association with 120 members, and we are dedicated to improving the quality of life for all the residents in the neighborhood and on our blocks. So we closely monitor events and circumstances that either positively or negatively impact our quality of life. But to be sure, we are not automatically opposed to nightlife establishments. In fact, we have testified on behalf of and supported Loverboy, which is right on immediately adjacent to the No Reservations property. But we support them because they are most responsive to our concerns and have proven to be welcome, good neighbors. I just want to highlight that we don't automatically oppose these things. Most of us lived through the awful experience of previous licensees like Babel at that location and their predecessors, which really created havoc in our neighborhood. Our complaints to the landlord, who is himself a very bad actor, fell on deaf ears. We have reason to believe that his complicity with licensees we don't approve of was a deliberate attempt to clear his building of rent-stabilized tenants. And we have no reason to believe that that position has changed. There's lots of history on that.
Why, I know why you would want to clear rent-stabilized tenants, but so your suggestion is that he put a loud establishment in the ground floor to basically scare them out? And how would he get other people in?
Well, by then converting the apartments, renovating the apartments, and charging 4 times the rent.
But why would those people want to go in with the loud establishment downstairs?
With that kind of tendency, he might provide them soundproofing or other amenities that he doesn't, I mean.
That's a stretch. Okay,
Well,
go ahead.
Okay.
You could do that now.
No, I know. Well, I'm not going to dwell on that. Go ahead.
So it should also be noted that Avenue C, we think of avenues as something very big. It's really just a really congested 2-lane thoroughfare.
Who is what's the name of the landlord?
Oh, that's a good question. He personally is Al Rosenshine, something Stein, Al Rose.
Okay.
Multiple names. And there are, histories of violations that include march and special operations. They can't get access. We've looked over the records and find there was an illegal conversion of the 2 storefronts.
No, we are fully aware of how bad the previous place was. I'd like you to focus on these applicants.
So others today will testify as to their bad history, the current applicants, with regard to another of their operations, the Grayson. Our position, put quite simply, is that putting 2 bad actors together can only result in chaos for our neighborhood. There are already 11 establishments within 500 feet, and adding another, particularly under these circumstances, is far more than should be allowed or asked of any community. So we strongly urge you, please, to deny this application.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want copies of this testimony?
No.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Clint Smeltzer. I'm Vice Chair of the CB3, Community Board 3 SLA Committee. I'm here. We denied this application when it was in front of us, denied the recommendation of this application when it was in front of us, based on two things. The adverse history of the location, as you're aware of, it had been a problem location, including citations from the SLA as well as the local police precinct for many years. The current applicant operates an establishment at 16 First Avenue, the Grayson. In the year prior to our meeting, they had 74 301 complaints. 35 of them were actually non-crime corrected, which means the police did show up and take action. So even if they say, they can downplay that by saying it's one person, the police actually acknowledge that those were legitimate complaints. They've also participated in SantaCon. There's been a lot of back and forth over whether or not they have. They may not be an official participant, but even this year, the Santas were there lined up outside their business, and we have pictures proving that. So there's just a lot of questions about their method of operation. When they presented their application to us, it was somewhat of an incomplete application. They are proposing entertainment level music. They're proposing backyard use. Both of those things are completely inconsistent with this location. It's just been, those are the same problems we had in the past. Having the backyard as well as entertainment level music would be a complete disruption to the tenants of this building.
I have in my records recorded music only. What is entertainment level music?
Entertainment level is basically club level music. That's what they proposed on their application.
Yeah, he's right. That's
okay.
I don't, that's what they presented.
I'm not defining it the way he is, but they did ask for a
It's much
DJ.
louder than, it's not, it's at level
How
of a
come our memo says
That's just
recorded
the
music,
front.
no
That's
dancing?
just that someone made a typo. If you look back where the question is, it's
okay.
So they were offering a limited food menu, late night hours, security. All of these things are kind of consistent with operating a club type establishment in this location, which is just more of a problem.
So she's actually right. I pulled it. I must have pulled the information off of your letter. They did not request a DJ or live music.
I mean,
now I don't know whether they presented that to your community board, but that has not been presented to us.
so that's what was presented to us. I'm looking just at our application.
Can Ken or Keith speak to this?
Well, no, we'll get to ask you. Just,
on their
let's get through
application
this.
to us, it does say background and entertainment
All
level
right,
music.
so it obviously changed.
Okay,
after
it
that.
changed.
Okay.
And they were also proposing to use the existing soundproofing, which in the past has definitely proved not to be effective at all. So.
All right, thank you.
All right. My name is Wilson Rodriguez. I live at 129 Avenue C, right above the bar. While living here, the bar downstairs has had 3 different owners, one worse than the next. They make all sorts of promises that they never keep. The music is so loud that my whole apartment was vibrating.
What floor do you live on?
1B, right above the bar. There was smoking weed, screaming, laughing, and swearing right outside my window because they were allowed to go to the back, which is concrete slab, about 8 feet from my window. This went on until 4 in the morning, sometimes even later. Although I made several 911 and 311 calls about the music, they carrying on, they continue to blast the music. This is what every owner from the bar downstairs. There are already 3 bars on my block. This is a big storefront. It used to be a 2 storefront. They knocked down the brick wall to make one big one. These new owners did not introduce themselves to anyone in the building. They didn't even put up a sign to let us know they was applying for a liquor license. That scared me even more because of what I experienced in the past. And they didn't even try. So what can I expect from that? There are long-time tenants in these old tenement buildings. it isn't fair to have to put up with these very loud music and it sounds like a festival every night until 4 in the morning. This community don't need another bar. And with all due respect to the other people that were speaking, that he said he was getting some sleep, I wasn't getting any sleep. This went on to 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. By the time the staff will leave the facility of the bar, it will be 7 in the morning. By the time I went to try to get some sleep, because you couldn't even lay your head on a pillow because of the loud music, the DJ, you could even hear the lyrics. Once you put your head on the pillow, the vibration, you was unable to sleep. At least he was able to sleep, the man who just finished speaking. And by 7:30, you finally fall asleep, have to get up. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they was back in business, preparing, setting up, playing the music, because it was a DJ. They had music, they had live bands at time. It was a mess. You couldn't even get into your own building or out your building because of the lottery, the people in line waiting to get in and out. It was a nightmare.
No, and I'm going to ask all of you, we're fully aware of how bad this former place is. I need you to focus on the people that are going in there or not going in.
Well, that's what I have.
Because we're fully aware, we closed it, so we're fully aware of how bad it was. Thank you. Anything else?
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
Please deny this application.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Please excuse my cold.
Just stay over there.
I will. My name is Heather Dubin, and I live at 129 Avenue C. You just heard my neighbor Wilson's testimony. The only thing I'll add is that...
You live in the same building?
Yeah.
What floor?
I was just going to tell you,
Oh.
fourth floor. So while I'm going to edit because you don't want to hear all about Babel, but I'll just say while Wilson bore the brunt of the former establishment Babel, later renamed Jolie's, I could also hear the music on the 4th floor of our building, which reverberated from the air shaft onto my bedroom walls. So you know all about the history of the bar. You know that it came under the premise of a restaurant with Mediterranean food, 12 p.m., 1 a.m. close, completely morphed into a nightclub within a very short period of time, which had never been approved. And then, as you know, which you said, there were issues with renovations permits and protocol. At some point, Babel expanded to 131 Avenue C as well, which neighbors referred to as their disco extension. In 2005 and 6, and in 2013 and 14, there were several Department of Buildings violations for work without a permit at 129 and 131 Avenue C. Additionally, a stop work order was issued. Despite their atrocious record of behavior, the same Babel owners formed a new partnership and renamed the bar Jolie's. Their lease was renewed, and they were granted permission for a new bar, or rather nightclub. From the noise complaints you heard Wilson discuss to crowds, talking, fights, including a police officer who was assaulted and undercover police raids, you can understand the trepidation that the tenants of my building have for another bar. Built in 1900, our building wasn't designed for nightclubs, loud bars, or crowded restaurants. We live in an 8-unit building with 2 apartments on each floor where sound travels from the street up to the apartments or from the back of the building. The air shaft, which runs through the center of the building, cannot be soundproof and is one of many technical noise issues along with building insulation. Our block on Avenue C between 8th and 9th Street is a very short one, approximately 25 feet. Avenue C is a 2-lane street with one lane of traffic, in either direction and plenty of congestion. We live in an oversaturated area. There are 12 on-premise licenses within 500 feet. 1 is pending, plus 5 are beer and wine. On our short block alone, there are 3 bars in a row, and that's only on our side of the street. There's a certain history of lawlessness in the East Village, and while times have changed, the guise of coming in with a specific license and then doing whatever you want later are all too prevalent and familiar. The operators of the Grayson, the bar the applicants run now, have not established themselves as trustworthy neighbors. They did not post public notice for their community board meeting application last July, and none of the applicants have reached out to residents to discuss any soundproofing concerns. I could have done this. Also, the Grayson was once again a SantaCon bar destination this past December after applicants downplayed their involvement while under oath and in communications with the administrative law judge. There is absolutely no public benefit for yet another bar on Avenue C. In our building, from our living rooms to our kitchens to our bedrooms, we can hear existing noise from the current bars on our block. There's a large volume of people throughout the week who contribute to bar noise, sidewalk crowding, and loud talking, while some venues frequently have live and loud music. Our quality of life is compromised enough. One more restaurant bar on our short block would be untenable. We have 450 signatures in opposition to no reservations, including Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer and all of the apartments at 129 Avenue C. The 9 BC Block Association and the Lower Saida United Neighborhood Gardens have also written letters in opposition. Please oppose this venue, as the 500-foot rule gives the SLA the power to deny this application based on adverse history, lack of public benefit, and oversaturation. We urge you to do so on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want all of this?
No, we have your testimony from the 500-foot hearing, which is, your letter that you wrote for the 500-foot hearing. Thank you.
You need the signatures, the 450?
I think we have them, or no? Oh, you can bring them up then. Just give them to the secretary. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, my name is Ann Idris, and I am the vice president of the Salmon City Koenig Garden, a community garden located within 450 feet of this proposed site. I'm reading a statement on behalf of Charles Crizel, who is the president of the Lower Saida United Neighborhood Gardens, also known as LUNGS. I'm also a member. As he would like you to hear, I am the president of Lower Saida United Neighborhood Gardens, LUNGS, a network of 50 community gardens on the Lower East Side and the East Village. I also lived on East 8th Street between the avenues B and C for 23 years, so I'm very familiar with the proposed location of this application. The spot was previously Duke's and then Babel. Both of these establishments were trouble for the neighborhood. Day and night, loud music, aggressive patrons, and cigarette smoke spilled onto the sidewalk and out of the rear patio area. The rear patio area is less than 100 feet from 3 community gardens, La Casita, Flower Door Garden, and La Plaza de Cultural. These are official community gardens licensed through the New York City Parks Department Green Thumb program and have been in place for children to play, vegetables to grow, and a healthy green space for the community to meet. In addition, there are already 2 bars on that block. Avenue C is overrun with bars. We have had enough problems with patrons stumbling down the sidewalk as it is. Another bar would be most unwelcome, and I urge you to reject this permit request. Yours very truly, Charles Crizel.
Thank you.
I also have 3 additional statements that were submitted to the secretary.
Thank you. Come on, ma'am, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Laura Sewell. I'm the Executive Director of the East Village Community Coalition. We got a call from Ms. Dubin the day of this applicant's community board appearance because she had been unaware that it was happening, and she read about it on a local blog. And our organization happened to take a photo of the premises while conducting a storefront usage survey, which confirms that there was no notice posted that day. I mean, I understand these things can get posted, and there's wind and there's rain or whatever, but typically applicants will return to the location to be sure that the notice is posted.
Well, at a minimum, it's obvious that there was notice people got the notice because they're here opposing it, so we're going to...
This was at the community board appearance.
Okay, but we can move past that.
Okay, but there's something very unsettling about the distance that these applicants have maintained throughout what is normally getting to know you process, particularly at an address with an adverse history of operators who've consistently misrepresented themselves to our community. So I attended the 500-foot rule hearing at Ms. Dubin's request to read her testimony while she was out of the country. And one of the applicants challenged Ms. Dubin's statement that their bar, the Grayson, was a SantaCon participant, saying there's an official list and we're not on it. I checked when I got back to the office and found that Grayson was in fact listed as one of the 4 places in Manhattan to register for SantaCon 2018. CB3 forwarded this information to the administrative law judge, along with a photo taken by Mr. Smeltzer of people in Santa hats lined up in stanchions outside the Grayson during SantaCon 2017. And the applicants forwarded an explanation for the listing in response, but not for the photos. The Grayson does have stipulations that they're not supposed to participate in crowd calls. We'd like to share these photos of Santa's packing the Grayson in 2017 and 2018. However one may define participant, the Grayson has and does welcome participants of SantaCon. Residents are understandably concerned when they see and experience consistently differs from what they hear, and this feels like more of the same. The community is left with adverse expectations for this application and urges the authority to rule it is not in the public interest. We also are unclear as to the actual capacity of the establishment. I think it's listed as 74, but as we've said, the spaces have been confined, and I think the fire department would have to make a determination. So
Well,
it's a
whatever
big
license
space.
they would get would have to get a CO before they would get it. Sure.
Can someone clarify this repeated mention of SantaCon? Because, I mean, I live where the Pride Parade starts. It's also where the Halloween parade ends. This is New York City.
It is a stipulation of the Grayson's license that they not participate in crowd calls. It's also an indication to us of the type of crowd that an establishment attracts and what kind of neighbors we can expect them to be.
Okay.
But it looks like this is during the daytime once a year, right?
Yeah, SantaCon's about 12 hours on the week.
It goes on for all day and into the night.
Yeah, it's not good in our respect. All right, we're ready. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So I think it's been pretty well established that there's no question that Babel was not a well-run establishment. I don't think anybody's contesting that. I think we can all agree that that left so much to be desired and was very negatively impactful on its neighbors, on the community, and even on the landlord. And
Really? Because the one guy that I'm going to sit here and who's really the only one I can blame for what happened at the last place is the landlord.
But the
he
landlord
didn't
is
do
the one
anything
that
to stop
took
it.
steps. He actually brought court proceedings to evict them. And that's how they ended up evicted.
That took 10 years.
It took a year and a half.
No, I'm saying that bar was bad for 10 years.
I understand there was new operators that came in. They were promised that there were going to be changes made. And then the establishment obviously had encountered additional difficulties. And the landlord took steps to have them evicted. He brought them to court for non-payment and eviction proceedings. So a lot of what I was hearing previously were concerns about the Babel, that this is going to be exactly what the Babel was, and the neighbors are going to have the same problems and the same issues. This is not the Babel. This is not Grayson. These are two very different establishments.
So then what are we supposed to base our decision on? Because the only history these guys have is what they did in front of the community board and the Grayson.
And I understand that. The Grayson, however, is intended to be a livelier facility. They did not officially participate in SantaCon.
Did you see the pictures?
As was pointed out, there's nothing that you can do if people are going to congregate
Oh,
outside
no, you
of
can.
your facility.
You can.
I understand. But they were not an official participant. So they attempted.
Well, official or not, they participated.
I understand that there were
There's
a lot of
100 people
there.
waiting to get into their bar, all dressed as Santa or Mrs. Santa. That, to me, is participation. And you know what you do? You put a bouncer at the door and say, we're not taking anybody in that's dressed like Santa. Because we promised them we wouldn't.
Understood.
Well, they don't. I get you understand. They clearly don't.
There were stipulations that we seem to be having some contradicting information on. And Mr. Smeltzer and I were discussing whether or not there were any stipulations that were actually placed on the Grayson. Because while they
So
were
now your
recommended
argument's going to be
by-
they were allowed to participate?
No. However, what I'm saying is that there was no stipulations that appear on their actual license. These are stipulations that were recommended by the community board, but they weren't actually placed on the license. And so I've reached out to Mr. Smeltzer and said that we will get to the bottom of this. Let's understand what exactly the stipulations, if any, are to be imposed on the Grayson. However, while the Grayson is intended to be a livelier establishment, it's a sports bar. There are 40 TVs, there's loud music, there's dancing. This is a different operation.
It wasn't when you first went to the community board, though, because they asked for DJs,
They asked for an occasional DJ,
They asked for multiple TVs,
not 40 TVs.
but 3 in a
3.
space that's not really that large. And they asked for recorded, no, I'm sorry, they asked for recorded music, DJs, and 3 televisions. I don't know how, other than the 40 TVs, that's much different description than the Grayson.
This is not intended to be the same nightclub feel.
Well, why don't you tell us what the
background
intention
feel.
is?
It's to be a lounge. It's to be an upbeat lounge with the occasional DJ and background music. That's it.
So they are having a
Demonstrate
DJ.
That it's much smaller occasionally. It's not a nightly thing.
No, we don't know until we see, how the.
Yeah, but see, you, and no one asked you to pick this neighborhood. You guys chose this neighborhood. And this neighborhood's one of the hardest neighborhoods for us to deal with in the entire state. So for you to come in and say, we gotta wait to see what happens, isn't really gonna work for me.
Well, it's not, I didn't mean to say.
You can't wait, we gotta know what's gonna happen.
We propose a DJ on a Friday and Saturday night, but not to the same extent as we would with the Grayson, where we have it multiple nights. We're not looking to put a DJ on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We're not looking to have the music very loud. It's more of a relaxed feel.
So you're saying this is a lounge? Is this what you're saying? This place is going to be a lounge? Then why did you apply as a restaurant?
Because it's a restaurant, it's a full restaurant as well. We're serving food, we're serving brunch. We're doing brunch all day Saturday, all day Sunday, which not an awful lot of restaurants do over there.
I also want to point out that the Grayson does have support from upstairs neighbors that have said that they have been very responsive. They also have the support of the local precinct. I believe the sergeant from the 9th Precinct wrote a letter in support attesting to the fact that the Grayson's always been responsive to the community, to his requests, and has worked with them to eliminate problems. So while I understand that there is lingering concern.
I didn't see it. Do we have a letter from the precinct?
That letter was actually withdrawn. The precinct actually came back after the 500-foot hearing when they found out that letter was issued and withdrew that letter, which is probably why it is no longer in your information.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Chairman, you said you're a DJ at the Grayson, how many times a week?
About 3 times a week.
Because the stipulation is no more than twice a week.
Okay.
So the issue here is whether or not this would be in the interest of the community. And again, understanding that there is opposition, and rightfully so, given the history of the community with Babel and with other establishments in the area. This is one of very few establishments that does have the rear yard that can offer outdoor seating in a garden area for the neighbors. It does intend to have a lounge, not a bar feel. They are more than willing to work with the community as well as the neighbors to eliminate any of the issues that they had with Babel. At the community board hearing, Mr. Quinn offered to give his phone number to Mr. Rodriguez to discuss with him his concerns as well as to address problems that they had had. He refused. He didn't want to take his number. He did not want to hear from him. These are people that, rightfully so, are angry at Babel. They are angry at the previous establishment and what they had to go through with that. But they're not willing to differentiate between Babel and this establishment. They're not willing to give these applicants an opportunity to come in and prove themselves. Now, the landlord who did file the eviction proceeding attempted to...
I understand what you're saying, and I'm not even talking about them. I'm talking about me giving them an opportunity. What does that, based on what I'm hearing from them, from the people that work for me, what would you do in my situation? Because I can't just get them out of there in a day. It takes me at least a year if I have a problem with the place to get them out, and then I have to deal with the public as well as every elected official down there. The landlord, you just said, it took him over a year if they break their lease for him to evict. So for us to go in this neighborhood and give someone the benefit of the doubt, given what I've just heard, it's not what I was put here to do, and it's not responsible.
And I understand that there are concerns, but the landlord attempted to secure other occupants for this space. He attempted to get a grocery store. He attempted to get a bank.
Oh, I'm not saying that
And
there's
no
other,
one else
I
wanted
get
to
it.
go in
I get
there.
that.
So if you were to walk down the block, you'll find that a number of these establishments are for sale, with skyrocketing real estate taxes, with rent prices going up, with all of these.
But you know what's going to
problems that are
happen? Then he's
bars
either,
are being
the rent
sold.
price is going to either have to go down, and if he can't afford it, then he's going to have to get rid of the building.
I
But
understand.
That's the only thing that's going to change what goes on. I get that the small businesses can't afford to come in there. But eventually what'll happen is he can't sit there and let it be empty.
But they are remaining empty. This particular.
Well, for a couple of years, but it'll
place has
eventually.
been empty for 2 years. There's a number of establishments, bars, and restaurants on the area that
That's
are for
not,
sale.
can we move on and tell me the public interest? Because you telling me that this place needs to have an occupant is not going to work.
Well, the neighborhood is changing, and the public has an interest in having established, experienced owners that can run a place, run an establishment, address the community concerns that are going to be responsive to their neighbors, as the upstairs neighbors of the Grayson can attest to, and to respond to those concerns by not creating additional problems, by creating not a bar, not a nightclub, but a casual lounge that
Your
they're willing to do
application says-
soundproofing for. They are willing.
Application says restaurant.
Pardon?
Application says
Lounge restaurant. A restaurant with a lounge feel, very laid-back type environment. And that's, I apologize, that's what I mean by a lounge, a restaurant, but with a
Music says
laid-back
recorded,
feel.
says nothing about a DJ, which we've talked about a couple
I believe on
times.
the 500-foot hearing, as well as the community board application, it did indicate that there was going to be an occasional DJ.
Again, that was not applied for with the SLA. Again, another oversight.
Okay. I think I'm ready to vote.
Yeah, could, Mr. McKeon would like to say something.
Sure.
To say there, to clarify a few points that were made there, the 311 calls against the Grayson, there's one problematic neighbour that the community board brought up themselves on the meeting before I'd even mentioned it, and that has been addressed with the police. The second thing, we didn't even get a chance to put our case forward in the community board. We were shot down straight away. And the neighbours that were there, unfortunately, we met them, that was the first time we met them on the night, had the opposition against us, and we didn't feel it, you know, a right to go in and speak to them after that until we came to the 500-foot hearing. We spoke to the neighbours, we told them, we explained what we were going to do, we explained to them that we're willing to go back in and soundproof the place, but when we went in and looked at it, there was minimal soundproofing done by the last tenants. They said they did soundproofing, it was minimal. We're willing to soundproof the whole place. We're not actually taking both spaces. We're taking one space on one side and a small part of the back side of the other place. The rest of it we're not taking. We're reducing the size. There's no dance floor. There's no, this is not a nightclub. We're changing this from a nightclub, from a bad establishment that it was. There's no hookah. There was all this sort of stuff in it. We're taking that out now. Okay? We feel that we're established an honest representative.
Where's your other restaurant, or your other bar? Where's the Grayson located?
On First Avenue between 1st and 2nd Street. And we have letters from tenants above, from the very start, letters of support for us, that we've always been there. If they ever need us, our numbers are there, our emails are there, and we're in the bar all the time. We can always be reached, and that's what we want to be. We want to be a good neighbour to these people and show them that we can be a positive influence into the neighbourhood.
I mean, okay, I don't have any other questions. Do you have any questions, Commissioner? Board?
Ready to vote?
Yep.
Commissioner Fan.
I gather from the materials that you guys have support of your neighbors at the Grayson, and so I don't want this to become a judge of your character and your ability to run a business. I think there is a problem with the building and the sound that travels in the building. And so the landlord's gonna have to fix that. There's just too much bad history and too many concerned citizens for me to support this. And given that the 500-foot hearing came back with a negative determination, I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
Community board is opposed. The ALJ said that the statutory burden has not yet been met. And plus, taking into account the other opposition, from the neighbors and everything, looking at the history of this place, I just can't support it either. I have to deny.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to deny as well. And I'm not going to sit here, I'm not sitting here and saying that Grayson is the worst place that I've ever heard. It's not. Because there's clearly limited history there, if any. It's the fact that this place was so bad before, and I just don't have a level of assurance that even if you were a quarter of the noise level that this other place caused, it's going to be a problem. The outside area, the fact that the people living right above you, I don't know that this place is appropriate for a lounge. I don't know whether it's appropriate for a restaurant without any music, but that remains to be seen. So I'm going to, based on the Manhattan Borough President's objections as well as the public's, I'm going to vote to deny. I just don't see any public interest in adding this place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vasaki, you ready to come back up? Yes. I'm going to recall 98, 2192 Flatbush LLC.
Were you reading that stipulation?
Yep. Good day.
Thank you for coming.
All right, so, given the fact of the history, which we take very serious and clearly everybody else does and should, I spoke at length with my client as to, what options are in the future. So at this point, if we could amend it and just have background music and then Sunday through Wednesday, close at midnight, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 1 a.m., let him prove to the community and the priest and everybody else that he's going to be a bona fide.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Yeah, so, should I start from the beginning?
No.
No, just the conditions.
Yeah, so the music would be background music only, no DJ, no live music. And Sunday through Wednesday, closing at midnight, and Thursday, Friday, Saturday, closing at 1 a.m., everybody out. I think that would kind of satisfy everybody. I would hope so anyway. I mean, I think the community really had problems with violence and noise and all kinds of other things probably later on. I don't know if they started as a restaurant and morphed into like the Wild West, but I didn't know that. I thought that was a bar, and I thought by coming here with my applicant method of operation, I know he doesn't have the restaurant experience, but basically showing that it is in fact a legitimate restaurant with the
the previous place was not legitimate. They got significant. So when someone comes in that doesn't have any experience, it's tough to believe that they intend on having a legitimate
Well,
restaurant.
I certainly explained, I've been here enough to explain pretty much everything that's said here, in addition to other things to my client, and he's fully in agreement with proving to himself, proving to the community that he's going to be a real asset to the community. Like I said, just this past weekend, he got a dozen pictures of politicians and everybody else, the new chairman of the community board themselves at his restaurant, accepting awards. I mean, he also said there's no place like this within a square mile. I mean, I don't know how he got his measurements, but this seems to be like a real nice place that's going to fit in and really benefit the community. As you stated before, it really is on a commercial drag for the most part, and the houses behind it, he listened to me immediately. He basically soundproofed and boarded up the entire back wall, and nobody's going back there. I mean, so he was very concerned.
There's no outdoor space?
No, there's no outdoor space, no open windows, fully contained. And like I said, the photograph that I sent up on Friday, just before the deadline, shows that the back wall is newly sheetrocked and soundproof. And that was important. I knew that was important, and he did that, no problem.
Members, to answer your question before, there's been no permits issued to this location, say in the past 6 months or before.
So were you serving booze at those parties you were having? Oh.
Just so the back was all glass. That was the problem. It was all glass, and I guess the old operators were maybe, whether it went through the glass or they allowed people to use the backyard. That's absolutely cut out in this application. So, I mean, it looks pretty good and tight to me. He's been to a bunch of community boards meetings since that meeting we went to on May 16th. He's met the neighborhood police officers, I think they call them the NCOs. He's met sergeants. And he's trying to establish a good rapport in the community. And like I said, I was shocked that he just told me this morning that basically this past weekend, politicians were in fact at his place accepting awards. So I don't know. It's pretty good to me.
Are we handing that down to Tom? All right, Tom, you have any
Ready to
questions?
vote?
I already did.
Yeah.
Commissioner
Oh, you did.
Ford?
Oh, did Commissioner Fan vote already?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Commissioner Fan?
Oh.
I don't know why the community board chairman was at the business if they were protesting this application. But given that we have many objections from people who live right next to you, including the two people who are sitting here and letters that we have received, again, it's the same as the prior one. There's just a sound issue in this area, and so I am going to vote to deny.
Did you want to say something, ma'am? Okay. All right, thank you. Well, he
Commissioner
just said
Ford?
he's not going to have a DJ. Go ahead.
Commissioner Ford?
Well, and that was going to be the crux of my decision. Are you a restaurant or not?
No,
And-
look at the pictures.
You know, I'm looking at the pictures, and I think, I think the place.
There are 4 tables, and basically majority of it is lounge chairs, and then there's a couch.
No, those were just some, I was there personally about 30 days ago. Maybe it's the angles of the pictures I took.
Yeah, those are tables.
There's
Yeah,
plenty of tables.
I know,
There's
there are
hundreds of
5
them.
tables, but look on the side, these are all lounge chairs, and then this is,
Yeah, that's a table. I mean, I don't know that they're going to use it for food, but it's a table.
About
we
100
need-
seats and
the
40
members are
tables, just
talking,
about,
please.
and 16
All right,
at the bar.
go ahead, Commissioner Ford.
So, I was going to suggest, if I was going to approve it, to kick back your hours to like 11 during the week and maybe 12 on the weekends. Just recorded background music, no DJs, no live performance, no dancing. It's got to be a grown-up bar.
I mean, that's my,
A
I have no
grown-up-
problem with that.
A
Said
grown-up.
12 and 1, I thought that would be acceptable. I mean, sure, if you want to,
Yeah.
11 and 12 is totally acceptable. He's running a restaurant.
It's got to be a grown. All right, well then, but that's without alcohol, right? So, it looks like you've invested some money into the business, and I'm cognizant of that. I'm also extremely cognizant of the neighbors and what they have to put up with, and I don't think people should be terrorized in their homes. So, I mean, if you can live with 11 o'clock and 12, and like I said, no DJ, just light recorded background music, nothing that you should even need soundproofing for. That's my point. I would approve it on those conditions.
It's fine with that.
Chairman Bradley?
What were the hours you gave him?
11 during the week, and I'll give them 12 on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And also provide your contact numbers and everything to these folks. So if they have any issues, they can just reach you directly. Okay?
Well, I'm going to vote to deny as well, for the same reason Commissioner Fan did. You came with the intent of having the same MO as the other place, and I just don't, that was the previous place, not perhaps the violations, but certainly the method of operation. And my concern is your lack of experience, and then what happens down the road if the restaurant is not working the way you expected it to, and we end up right back where we were. And I just can't, this place was a problem for us, and it was obviously a problem for the community, and your lack of experience is a problem in me relicensing it. So I'm going to vote to deny.
All right, next item is 95.
Yeah, we're going to take 2 minutes.
We're going to take 2 minutes, okay? All right, we're back on the record, and we're going to be calling item 95, Destiny Bar, Inc.
That was Wendy's.
Leave the room thing.
Yeah.
So you might want to leave.
Say that number again, Tom?
95.
Is this one of them? Is this Syracuse?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Denise Laureano. I'm here to answer any question that you have regarding the application I submitted.
You know, the two prior applications here were disapproved, right?
Oh, it wasn't me.
I know it wasn't.
Okay.
You know them?
I met the guy in the bar that I work at. That's where I found out that he was selling the bar.
Oh, that was the previous owner?
Yeah. I work at a bar in Brentwood.
Denise has been a bartender for 8 years. She's taken taps back in 2017. She's never been involved in any kind of a disciplinary issue as a bartender or within the capacity that she works.
Where is the Miguelino Sport Bar?
Yeah, that's on Clark Avenue. That's where I work at. I've been
Clark
working there
Avenue, what, in Brooklyn, in Long Island?
In Brentwood, yeah,
Brentwood?
New York.
Where's Lorenzo?
Oh, he's working. He's my partner. He's a machine operator. He's couldn't be here today.
He's,
Yeah. I have the experience part of the bartender. He's kind of helping me with the economics.
So you got a loan from the prior licensees?
No, Lorenzo Velasquez.
He paid, okay, so there's a deferred amount from the people you're buying the bar from. Is that right?
there's notes. Yes.
And what's your monthly payment?
Well, coming when I start working, it's gonna be like around 2,000.
To the former owner?
Yeah.
This is rent or to buy it?
No.
It's both.
We rent
Yeah.
it.
No.
No, the rent's $3,800 a month,
Yeah,
right?
the rent. Well, to the owner, to the previous owner, we're gonna pay them $2,000 a month.
Right.
So how much did you pay for the bar?
It was 30,000, but we put out down a deposit for 12.
And Lorenzo Velasquez is her partner, but he's the investment aspect. He doesn't have the kind of experience that she has.
Are you guys related to each other?
No, we're just friends. Me and Lorenzo? Yeah, we're just
Yeah.
friends. We know each other for like 6 years.
So you don't know Ernesto?
No.
They're the people selling the business to you?
I know the others. I think there's two. So there's Silvis. That's the one I met at the bar that I work with. That's the one I got in contact with.
Who is that?
Silvis.
Silvis, okay.
If we were to grant this, I would suggest that you look at the paperwork here and see everything that the person before did wrong.
Oh, I think I heard.
I mean, disorderlies, no public assembly, failing to maintain books and records,
Yes.
a lot of basic stuff there. No kitchen.
So you got the maximum occupancy, 60 people, and you're gonna have dancing?
No. I think.
You're not having
We
dancing?
put dancing on the application, just it's got a small 12-foot by 12-foot dance floor in the back. It would have seemed odd to not include it, but it's not a dance place.
So,
It's not-
so I
it's
mean,
not
so
a club.
are we having it or are we not?
Well, I'm not having it. It's gonna be like.
You're not having dancing. So then why do we need the DJ or the live music?
I don't get a DJ. I'm have an iPad. I don't get a DJ.
Okay, what are your hours?
Have you read the application?
When I.
I'm not asking you, I'm asking her. Did you read your application?
Yeah, I think I went over it. I went over
You
it.
asked for live music, you asked for a DJ, you asked for dancing, And you're telling me you don't want any of that? Good, because I wasn't going to give you any of that.
I just want the liquor
We-
license,
You just want the what?
the license,
And you're going to do music, recorded music off your
the
iPad?
iPad, yeah,
And do you plan on using promoters?
no.
What are your hours?
9 to 4.
9
PM?
PM to 4 AM?
You're a real bar.
When we asked you, these are the things they told us.
Okay.
And you're serving any food?
Just like poppers, muffins, steaks.
Just,
Yeah.
do we have a menu on that?
Yeah, right back here. Hamburger, cheeseburger.
Okay.
Hamburger, cheeseburger, fry. Sorry.
And you're going to work every day?
Yes.
Would you say you worked at this bar you're working at now for 8 years?
Yes.
Is that the only place?
No, I actually worked before that, but it was in the Bronx. It was in a restaurant,
What was the name of that?
Sabrosura.
And were you a bartender there or waitress or?
Yeah, a bartender and a waitress there.
See, this place is not bad. Nice try. They said they can't find it.
Okay.
You ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
Have you ever been cited for?
No.
Here we go.
With 3 employees, 2 principals. It's 60 people, 2 security guards, no promoters, no live music, no DJ, no dancing, recorded music only, all windows closed at all times. I vote to approve until 2 AM. If there's no negative activity, you can come back in 1 year.
I would go along with that as well. You know, you can always open maybe a little bit earlier, 8 instead of 9. Get yourself an extra hour there. As far as the security guards, I would say come back in a year, and if at that time there's not been any incidents, I'd be willing to relieve you of that as well. So
You want 2 security guards 7 days a week or?
No, just on the weekends.
Just Friday and Saturday.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so I'll go along with that as well. Security guards just Friday and Saturday too.
Windows closed, recorded only.
No promoters, no DJ, no live music, no dancing. Good luck.
2 AM.
Yes.
Good luck.
And in a year, you can come back and change the security guards if you don't need them.
And the hours.
All right, thank
Okay.
you so much.
Do you want me to give you an amended without the things
No.
that she took off?
Nope.
Good.
Next item is 99, Chemet Corporation.
Good afternoon. My name is Surmi Kaur, and I'm the daughter of.
ma'am, hold on 1 second.
Okay.
You had pulled this out earlier, but we had the wrong number. We thought you were in Buffalo.
Go ahead. Keep your voice up because this is all being recorded, so we have to hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Surmi Kaur. I am the daughter of Sarbjeet Kaur, who owns the proposed liquor store, Surmi Corporation, to be located at 201 Hoffman Street, Elmira, New York, 14905. I will be speaking on behalf of my mother due to a language barrier.
Does she understand what you're saying? Okay.
How old are you?
21.
Go ahead.
I have multiple exhibits to present as part of my file, which has been submitted by my representative. I have more copies available should you need to follow them.
We got them.
Okay. First, I want to start with a few reasons why I chose to do a liquor store at this location. With the coming revitalizations to Amara, we felt it was perfect time to invest in a new business. I will go more in depth about these revitalizations shortly, but overall, they gave me a larger potential clientele to service. Our proposed location had operated as a liquor store since 1985 and closed as recently as 2018. With the closing of the store, nearby residents have limited options and have to travel out of their way to stores much further away. For reference, the nearest stores to my location is 1.2-mile drive to the east and 2.4-mile drive to the west. That means residents of this area have to travel between 1 and 2.5 miles to reach to the nearest liquor store. This, So my father already runs a business in Amara with a beer license. The license is under Sodra LLC, doing a business as Easy Food Mart. Because we live and own a business in Amara, we know that area very well and know that reopening the store would serve public convenience.
How far is this location from your convenience store?
5-6 minutes.
5-6 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And
Are you going to be working there?
no, it's just my mom and dad.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so there were shared duties in managing both businesses?
Yeah. Because they're pretty close.
He has a manager as
Oh,
well?
okay.
And do you have a manager as well? Oh, there he is. Okay, why don't you come up too? And can you put your name on the record?
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Singh Talochan.
And you're going to manage the store?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any experience?
Yes, I do.
Where?
We used to live in California, so my mother, she's on the liquor store, so I ran for 9 years.
Out in California?
In Fresno.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
And how do you know these two?
She's my daughter. She's my wife.
Oh, I didn't realize you're the husband. All right. I'm sorry.
Should have said something, Dad.
So why aren't you on the license?
There's a letter about that.
You don't want to be on the license?
No, I don't.
Okay. You don't have to be, I just wondered.
Who's on the license for the convenience store? It's also you.
Under her name, yeah.
Sergeant Choir.
Yeah, both of the license under her name.
Okay. Can I vote?
Yeah.
There's more. If
No, I think you're good. You did a heck of a job. I think you're good.
Given that this location used to be a store, I see increase in numbers. You guys may or may not know I like family businesses, so I vote to approve.
Figured that out.
I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford.
Previous licensed location, situated amongst homes, so I see public convenience and advantage to those neighborhoods. Closest store on North Main Street is on a different thoroughfare, so I don't see that being an issue, and the other stores across the river I don't think count, so I vote to approve as well.
I'm going to vote to approve as well. This is a previously licensed store, but it looks like we did replace that license in December of 2017. But the sales of the surrounding stores are increasing, at least two of them, and because Commissioner Fan likes family businesses, good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
And the next item is 175, TB Cantina LLC.
Just put on the record that because I voted this on the community board, I have to recuse myself.
Can I have that thing?
Sure.
Because I wasn't here and threw all my stuff out. Go ahead.
Good afternoon.
I didn't know you did licenses too, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yep. My name is Maston Sansom, representing TB Cantina LLC. I'm joined here by Timothy Houston, who is the zone manager. He's been working for the company for 28 years, which I think is an interesting fact. We're here to ask the board to approve hours, weekend hours as well as weekday hours that were initially, the recommendation was not provided by the community board. We're seeking to be open on the weekends till 2 p.m.
2 a.m.
Or 2 a.m. This is, and I do want to point out, this is the service of alcohol. So 3 p.m. would be the closing time. That's when food would stop, but the service of alcohol would end at 2.
Not PM, AM.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry, I
It's
did
all
it
right.
again, my apologies. And then 11:30 p.m. during the week, from Sunday to Thursday.
But the food would go till 3.
The food would go to 3, does the food go to 2 o'clock?
2 o'clock a.m.?
2 a.m.
During the week.
Yep, correct.
And what did the community board wanted?
I believe they wanted midnight on the weekends. One of the things that did not get considered a vote was taken, and so this wasn't considered because it wasn't approved by the client at the time. But there will be security guards, or at least one security guard on the weekends from 7 to close, and hopefully that helps the board with their
I mean,
decision.
you're open now till 3 a.m., right?
That's correct.
And
again, this is a beer and
is this
wine.
their first? Yeah, no, I recognize it. Is this their first license? Do they have other licenses in the state?
They do. There's one at 508th Avenue, and that's
Do we have any problems with any of those, Jackie?
It would be in here.
it's relatively recent, may even be only about a month or so, and then
Let me
there's
ask
a-
him, do you know they're having any problems at any of them? No?
Sorry, and then the other two that we have the security guard here as well, so.
This is regular Taco Bell.
No, now it's a Taco Bell with
Bell.
beer.
Right.
There's nothing to file. These are relatively new licenses.
Yeah, for the new one, no.
Yeah.
It's only been active a month, it looks like, right?
I can't hear you.
The one on 8th Avenue only looks like it's active a month.
Yeah, that is correct.
So as far as you know, the community board was fine with the alcohol, they just didn't like the split in the hours of service of food versus alcohol.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
I mean, we have a letter from them as well.
And I do want to also point out, in addition to security on the weekends, it'd be recorded music only. All employees would be tips trained. You know, certainly 1 drink per ID, regardless of age. There'll be signage informing customers all beverages, alcohol must be kept on the premises. Managers and staff will have a line of sight to the door. Cups will be that include alcohol will be distinguishable from other cups that have just soda and juice, what have you. And then, of course, there'll be a security camera.
And this is right on 7th Avenue, what's the cross street? Yeah, is that,
24th,
Or
right?
7th.
is that like in the 40s? Chris, do you know?
244.
Yeah, 244.
30s?
So what neighborhood are we talking about? Chelsea, is that?
Chelsea. Yeah,
Okay.
it's Chelsea.
Okay.
What are you doing to ID? What are you doing to ID?
Tell the cashiers, look for the certain.
What are you doing to verify?
Oh, we have the cashiers certified that the ID is correct.
In the register, is there
It's
a
like
register
24th and
prompts or anything that?
Oh, yeah, it's automatically, once you hit it, it asks you, and you have to be above a certain age, and we just have them.
Well, so how do you feel, or does the company feel about scanners? Good scanners?
Yeah, they wouldn't be opposed to it, because if they do one, they'll probably do all 3 of them.
Because that's, one concern I have is that this is obviously a popular restaurant with teenagers as well as college students. And there is a proliferation of high-quality fake IDs, for lack of a better word. So just putting it in the register might not necessarily help at all. Yeah. I mean, if you'll get a scanner in the store, a verifiable scanner that is linked up to the internet and that gets updated with all the fake IDs, I'll vote to approve. Are you good with that?
Great, yep.
Taco Bell, huh?
That's right. Tacos, cerveza.
We all set then?
Yeah,
But it's-
I'll approve as well.
Run your hours, you want to run the hours by me when they,
Yeah.
They CSAT, what'd you say during
Sunday,
the week?
Thursday, 11? Is that what you had?
11:30.
11:30.
Alcohol ends, and then they're open till 2, and then on the weekends, the alcohol ends at 12?
Correct.
And then
Actually, no, I'm sorry. The
Friday
alcohol
and
would
Saturday.
end Friday and Saturday at 2 o'clock.
And they're open till 3?
Correct.
Okay. And a scanner?
And then recorded music only and the scanner.
Yes.
And we're all set with that?
Yes.
Commissioner Ford? Right?
Yeah, yep.
Thank you.
Great, thanks
Good
very
luck.
much.
Yep. And I don't know whether this is going to be the norm, but I'm going to ask for scanners going forward, so they might as well get one.
Good to know.
All right.
Next item is 146, UB Distributors LLC.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner
I
Fian.
wondered why you were waiting out there so long.
Yes, sir.
You don't like sitting in here and listening to us?
No, I took in quite a bit.
Don't
Thank
lie
you.
to me.
Commissioner Ford.
You don't have to say that.
We wouldn't disagree with you.
I'll just note that, for the record, I know that regarding the failure to comply, I won't add anything to what Nick has said, but I would say if the board feels that this penalty is a little bit low, I wouldn't go any more than double of what we see here. Just noting that in case.
Okay.
Don't do more than double?
Yeah, I would not. That's, yeah.
Those were his words, not mine.
I'm just trying, only because I see this failure to comply, and I know, and I see the rationale, I absolutely do, I'm just.
Yes,
being
I'd be happy to
careful about-
address that question if the board has questions, but maybe my name, Nicholas Bergman with Buckman Law Firm, here on behalf of UB Distributors. Before you is an offer, conditional no contest plea of $10,000 civil penalty, 5 charges. I think Counsel Rihanna was alluding to the 5th charge. In that instance, there was one person in particular who, frankly, was not the appropriate contact person for SLA inquiries, and unfortunately did not distribute the information, pass the information up to management when it came in. And when management learned that the SLA was looking for information, we immediately responded with the information and certainly apologized and underscored our cooperation and willingness to cooperate with the authority in their inquiries.
So what are they doing to make sure they're not selling to unlicensed people going forward?
Yes, sir. So with respect to that, at the
Because I'm assuming this
time,
wasn't intentional.
it was not intentional. It was not at all. In fact, they did not realize at the time, because they had accepted a check from what was apparently the same licensee. But they have since, that was in 2017, in the beginning of 2018, they have implemented procedures not only to cross-check all of the information that they have in file, but also to go online, cross-check what's on the SLA's website, and be sure that if the information doesn't match up, that they refuse to make delivery.
Okay. All right, I'll accept.
I'll accept.
I'll accept.
And are you aware of the pending charges?
Yes.
Oh, there are new ones?
It's not the end of the world.
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day.
You too.
The next item is 104, Tropical Island Lounge, Inc.
Good morning, rather, good afternoon, Board. My name is Franz Bernardin. I'm representing the applicant Tropical Island Lounge, and I'm here with the applicant's principal, Erna Lamassier, and the assistant manager, Linda. Last name? Bolbath. We're requesting an adjournment post February 6th. The reason for the adjournment is due to some change of circumstances, we're very confident that it's going to be a favorable recommendation from the Board of Trustees from Spring Valley and also the Police Department. They have a meeting on February 6th where we're on the agenda, and we're hoping for a favorable recommendation at that point.
And what if you don't get one?
We pray and we come back.
That's a big turnaround for the police department from what they wrote here.
Right, yes.
Get a letter of support.
Right, we've
All
opened
right,
the line.
well, we got to move on, so I'll grant the adjournment till 2/6. That's the last one.
Oh, no, the board meeting's on 2/6.
Oh, when's our next meeting after that?
Be 2/20.
Wow.
Is there any way we could have something post 2/20? The only reason I'm saying that.
No,
That's
we
why I
get-
didn't understand your request before. You wanted late March.
Yeah, that's not happening.
No, okay, the only reason for that, just for your edification, is if there were any follow-up documents, we wanted enough time because,
No, we don't have the luxury of letting these licenses sit around this long. We get judged on how long it takes to approve them, and I'm not going to let it sit for 2 months, so. The first meeting is the 20th? Yeah. So it's do or die on 2/20.
all right, thank you very much.
The next item is 93, Sophia Deli Grocery Corp.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hector Tirado of Tirado and Associates in the Bronx, and I am here to represent Sophia Deli Grocery Corp. I asked the president, Michael Ramos, to remain at the store. I didn't
Why?
think there was, because he has to watch out for the store, and I
Well,
didn't
he's got an
realize.
employee, right?
I'm sorry?
He's got an employee.
Yes, but you need to have two people at all times.
I'm not going to vote yes if the licensee is not here, given the history.
This is a new applicant at the store.
The new applicant was a loan from the guy who owned the store 2 times previously.
He was, I'm sorry, say that again, please?
He has a loan from one of the former owners that we rejected for a liquor license.
As far as I understand, the loan is for the notes from the person that he bought the store from.
Yeah, but we have questions for him whether there's interconnected interests here, and he's not here to answer them. So I'm with Commissioner Fan. I'll let you put it over for 2 weeks if you
Yes.
have him here, or otherwise we
Yes,
deny
please.
it.
Yes, please. And I will bring him.
Is that the 20, what's that, the
6th?
2/6.
February 6th.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Next item is 159, Jaden's Inc. 95 South. Somebody? Anybody? Okay.
159.
132.
Yeah, we're doing that.
All right, we're going to do that one. then.
159 or 132?
We're going to do 159 while we have it.
I'll accept.
I'll accept.
There's no other charges? You go with me issuing the renewal?
Yes.
Okay.
2,500 accept.
132, Peaceful Enterprise Corp. And you might as well pull out 133, 134, and 131. They're all related.
Sorry, say that again?
So it's 132, 133, 134, 131. They're all
I got those. It's all 4.
Good afternoon. My name is George Karp. I represent, this is John Greco, and he is the owner of the 3 restaurants that are, 3 locations that are mentioned here. Peaceful Enterprise, JPG, which is down in the village, and Two Big Boys. This is a matter that, the reason they're all together is that there was an investigation of his records by the counsel's office, or the investigator's office. And we attended a meeting, himself, myself, his wife, the bookkeeper who runs the books for his records in one location. And it turned out that we gave him an authorization to go to the records, go to our bank records. This is the first time we had heard about it. but they wanted some records. We gave them everything they wanted. They came back and they indicated that they had found that going back as far as 1995, and then one in 2005, and maybe one in 2006, or something like that, around that time, that his wife had signed for the bank and signed a document which indicated that she was a secretary. Now, that on its face is, I understand, something that cannot be done, but there's a different reason here. And I would like to ask if I had sent a letter and the wife's affidavit. I'm wondering if you have it. It was sent to the secretary's office, who forwarded it to the counsel's office. Now, I don't know which file it's among, because there were 3 separate places have 3 availing matters, but there is, and if not,
I definitely don't have it.
may I then, if I may, I have a copy, may I?
When did you send it?
I sent it in March, excuse me, in October.
So can,
Well, that's why I went to counsel's office, because
why don't you leave it here? But I don't, can you get back to the microphone? I'm not following what you're trying to do here. Because this, to my understanding, this has all been negotiated.
Well, yes, we've made, yes, we've made, we met, we had a meeting with Michael Avati and the counsel who was handling these cases. And after discussion, they indicated that, you know, that he would do an offer. And we ended up with, on the 3 availing cases for each of the 3 restaurants, of $3,500 each. And we also.
No. 2 were 35.
Philip Marie was 5.
And 1 is 5.
1 is 5, yeah.
There were two issues on Philip Marie. That's why it was 5. It was $3,500.
All right, are you happy with are you good with that?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to accept all 4 of them.
Commissioner Fan
The aggregate of $13,000 accept.
and Commissioner Ford?
I'll accept the same.
Okay.
Each one, yes.
May I just say one thing?
Yes. Sure.
I know now that I did wrong, but opening my restaurants and when we went to the bank, you know, the bank person says, "What do you do?" And they asked my wife, and she's like, "I'm the secretary in the office." And that's why she put.
Oh, then they wrote her down as, and that's why the offer was the way it was. Normally, we would take the licenses.
We take these licenses, right?
I appreciate.
If we thought it was intentional, we understand it was.
We do work together, but I'm the only one on the company.
And for that, I bless you.
Yeah.
I couldn't work with my wife.
I do have one question.
Especially when you're doing both.
He's about to file another license, and I'm wondering whether this in any way, I mean, at this point, will that be an issue?
We're going to find out about it, but now that we know what it was, I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, the next items are 181, 182, 183, 184, 185, 187, 188. They're all combined into one item. You have is 181. With Mr. Palillo,
Don't get that intro without
who's been here since 10 o'clock.
knowing which case it is.
Nothing going on today, Frank. How
Good
you doing?
afternoon. You know, I was either stay at home or fight with the wife or come here, so.
We'll erase that from the tape, all right?
Good afternoon. So an offering compromise.
You sat here all day for this?
I have another one afterwards.
Oh. I'll accept.
I'll accept.
I'll accept.
All right, the next one is 177, 178, 179, and 180. Jenny's Woodside Restaurant, Inc.
Just another walk in the park.
Hey, Cyclical. I would accept.
Accept.
Have a good 2 weeks.
You too.
You came down here to talk to your buddies. That's the only reason you came down.
I didn't want to stay home.
Next item is 149, El Mambi Restaurant Corp.
Good afternoon, members of the authority.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Held.
Hello.
Mr. Ford. Chairman Bradley, Riano, Ms. Commissioner Fan.
4,500, I'll accept.
I think I agree that this is a question of timing and not an intention to mislead the SLA, so I'll accept.
I'll accept as well.
Thank you.
Good luck.
I'm on the next one.
Oh,
Next
okay.
item is 122 Zoho Kitchen and Bar, Inc. $122.
Good afternoon, members of the authority. I'm here for Zoho Kitchen and Bar, Inc., located at 1650 St. Nicholas Avenue. It's a sushi restaurant, and I understand when I was reading the disciplinary that it says the request for guidance. I'm here taking Miguel Acosta's place, replacing him. He had not provided the documentation necessary to complete this application, and this is the second application for the same restaurant. I ask that the members of the authority take into consideration the timing. He's been there for 2 years now. The landlord gave him a 6-month concession for rent, but he's not going to give him much more. Additionally,
It's a disapproval hearing, though. What do you,
yeah,
well, I mean, he chose to go to ALJ.
Correct.
And get our decision reviewed. We're only here to either adopt the ALJ's findings or reject them. And I don't see any reason to reject them. We can't re-argue the license. It's already been denied.
Well, I'm asking that the members of the authority reject it because through no fault of the applicant's, of his own, he provided everything to licensing.
No, he didn't. And not only, we, and this is not, I realize you didn't do this application. The level of mistakes we're seeing in applications and the level of deficiencies we're seeing in applications, particularly over the last year, has increased significantly. And licensing, to their credit, gives people 2, 3, 4 chances.
They do.
When I tell them they should give them 1. And he still didn't give everything they needed. So, I'm going to adopt the ALJ's findings.
I'm going to do so as well.
Same here.
So the remedy is reapplication?
Yes.
Next item is 176 197th Avenue LLC.
I think I have it.
I voted on this on the community board, so I'm recusing myself for the record.
I take it she was a no vote?
What's that?
I said, I take it she was a no vote on the
No,
community?
this application was actually approved by the community board.
Oh,
I
okay.
read this before you today is because we were unable to comply with the conditional letter of approval timely. We got as many extensions as the liquor authority would provide us with. The application was ultimately disapproved. The loan item, and apologies for my voice.
Well, the only question I guess I have is, are they ready to open?
Yes. So the answer is yes. We submitted the paperwork to that effect in the hopes of getting a reconsideration, activating this license. As you can see from the dates on like the lease, for instance, or when we went to the community board or when the application was filed, this has dragged on for an unbelievable amount of time. And unfortunately, every single stitch of that time was borne by the landlord, and deficiencies in the building, issues with construction that were borne on outstanding violations from the landlord in his building, his need to sort of micromanage the approvals of different things that they could do. So they've been here paying rent, building the place out, and they're just about ready to go when this happened. We submitted pictures. I understand that the pictures were reviewed and the determination was that they weren't convincing enough that the place is ready to open, but the place is absolutely ready to open. With 100% honesty, would they prefer another couple of weeks to tidy things up and make it the way they want from a cosmetic perspective? Yes, but to the question, are they ready to open and operate? Can they open their doors later? Absolutely.
I can't give them a couple weeks, but.
Well,
What are we at, 18 months? Is that the?
We're happy to activate the
What?
license today. I mean, we're ready to do
You have
that.
everything to issue
All the
today.
conditional items were submitted with the reconsideration request, including pictures.
That old CO?
The
That's
old
what you're
CO is
submitting?
still a good one. All the insurance, everything, and just, by way of backstory, my client here, Mr. Merchant, he operated this restaurant 4 blocks away for over 20 years. 25 years, and they were demolishing the building, so he was sort of forced out at the end of his lease. So he found a space 4 blocks down, same avenue. People came out to this community board in unbelievable droves that I did not solicit. to speak on his behalf, that they love the place. It's a neighborhood institution to support him. So this has unbelievable support. This space that he's going into had been licensed previously for many, many years. He's had, 20 years of good license history himself, and he's on site every day.
What building is the new building?
197th Avenue.
So it's just up.
21st.
It's right 4 blocks away where we used
All
to
right.
be.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as you're ready to activate it now, I'll grant the reconsideration.
Can I have a minute for you?
Yes.
Counsel, I want to check with something.
All right, we're all set.
So, Mr. Levy, you have, I'm trying to figure out how to do this, but you have on the CO,
Yeah.
it's got the first story, which I'm assuming is the story the restaurant is on.
Yes.
And then it has a note that I'm assuming relates to the first story, and it says, all stores used when rented as permitted in zoning C62, use group 6 to 12, which would fit, but then you,
Restaurant, yeah.
as a result of basically DOB's extended time period to get us the stuff that we need. Our people checked the open permits, and it looked like you guys did significant renovations to this place.
Well, there were renovations done to the place, but there are also a bunch of construction being done to the building, which is not connected to the restaurant.
So you got one of the ones, and the one that we're looking, or there's two, I guess. In September 2017, you filed for a permit for interior demo of existing eating and drinking establishment. And the problem is there's no certificate of completion there. I realize you guys don't do that, they do. And then there's another one in July of 2018, which is also a renovation of an existing establishment with an increase, and it doesn't, based off the computer printout, I can't see an increase of what.
And is what you see, is it saying that that's still an open job?
Yes.
Okay, because that, as far as I talked to the last conversation I had with the architect, all of the previously open jobs had been closed.
I trust that they are.
Yeah.
My concern is that we need some evidence that they are. So what I'm going to do is, DOB could take a year to get a certificate of completion in there. I recognize that.
Yep.
But, so I'll approve this. You need to get the CO to her that you have now, and then update it as soon as you can with whatever they're going to give you after those renovations are done.
Sure. And if there is an issue, I'll certainly put it on the record that if there is an issue and some kind of other work needs to be done, I'll put that license right in safekeeping.
Okay. We'll also flag it at renewal.
Yeah, no problem.
We've been doing with just about
You're saying
everybody.
it's come with a current CO?
No.
Yeah, there is a current CO, but he had so much work done that they're probably going to give you a different one, I would assume.
Yeah, and the issue here again has been that this is a pretty substantial building. There are other issues that are borne by the landlord upstairs unrelated to our space, and that has been sort of the
But
nature
what we
of.
do assume is anything that relates to eating and drinking establishment is with the applicant.
Totally. Some of it is landlord's work and some of it is our work, but I'll make sure I get you guys the evidence of the certificate of completion and any updated
But
CO.
get the license as quick as you can, because,
So you're gonna.
We're ready to pick it up
rescind
today.
the disapproval and approve the license.
yes.
Right.
Yeah, we can pick it up today. All the conditional items have been submitted with the
All right,
paperwork.
thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
156 TRK Pub, Inc.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
The disciplinary matter before you was for a default on a disorderly premises. I don't know if it was noise or what the details were. I'm here to represent the landlord and the proposed applicant. There's an application that's been disapproved. I'm here just to shepherd it through. Reading the paperwork that I did receive.
So you'll be happy to take a cancel and bond and move on?
With one caveat.
That we don't
that we do not need to reappear here due to the cancellation, and licensing can act on the application before it, which was 589 disapproval.
Are you good with that, Jackie?
What is that? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
This just goes,
defaulted.
he's going to take a cancellation on this because it's not his licensee. And that, as a result, the application goes through licensing board.
Right, it was disapproved, 589, a reconsideration.
Would it have
At
gone
this
through
location?
licensing board anyway? Do you know what the previous history on the place is?
Yeah, the previous history was this defaulted licensing.
Oh, that's it.
They had one disorderly in 15, and they surrendered the lease in October. They stipulated settlement. The license has been surrendered. We have no connection to them. I'm here on behalf of the.
And there's no previous licensee before that?
Before that, it goes back 10 years. It went back a ways.
All right, yeah, you can do that through the licensing board. I'll take a cancel and bond.
He's filed, that's right?
It's filed, and it was 589, so, disapproved because of the outstanding.
Commissioner Svan and board, you good with cancellation of
What's
bond
that?
claims?
Yes,
Cancel it,
cancel
yes.
for the record and bond claim, thank you.
And I'm pretty certain that the application is in order. The expedite who filed it does quality work.
Okay, you're done.
I'm glad. See ya. Take care. Thank you.
See ya.
That's Secretary Donahue.
You want Deputy Commissioner Held or Secretary? Can this wait till after the meeting ends?
Yeah, we're still calling cases here.
Okay.
That you already called, but I just needed clarity because of the 1B1, because his son is applying for a temporary permit. Can we pay this fine right away so that the son can get his permit? Because I know if there's an open disciplinary, the father can't, do it.
You can't pay it here, so,
No, I understand, I can send it up
But once it's paid, once you send it, then let me know. Okay?
Okay, thank you. Have a great weekend.
101.
It's a reconsideration. I deny the reconsideration. I don't see anything,
Yes, deny
I don't see any
reconsideration.
different information that would make me
Already been-
change my mind.
It's already been denied, what,
Yep.
twice?
Yes.
Yeah.
105.
Sustain 1 through 4, cancel and bond.
Cancel and
Is
bond.
there a bond available still?
Yeah, we didn't claim the bond.
All right.
Cancel and bond.
106.
3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
107.
I'm going to let you guys decide that.
Just gonna accept.
3-month suspension. Do we pick the 3 months or what?
We'll just impose it in the normal course of business.
Okay.
I'll accept it.
Accept.
109.
Accept.
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 110.
Accept.
Accept.
111.
Accept.
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 112.
Accept.
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 113.
Accept.
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 114.
Accept.
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 115.
Accept.
Accept.
1,000. Accept.
116.
Accept.
Cancel and bond, accept.
Accept.
118.
Accept. Reluctantly.
Really?
It's a 20-year-old locked in a bathroom and went through the front window.
I know, I was gonna
Oh,
really.
you can counter it. Go ahead.
This should be sound minor.
Well, they don't have any proof of that.
I know. I
Oh,
don't
no,
know. I
Not
was
in
gonna-
May. You can't prove that sale.
I know.
No summons, no arrests. I don't know. And she could have got out. But anyway, that's a different story.
They already lost the plate glass window.
Yeah.
Okay, fine, accept.
Are we all good with that?
Yes.
Yes.
119.
Accept.
Accept.
120.
Accept.
Accept.
121.
Sustain 1 and 2, 6,500.
6,500.
Which one? 121?
Yep, 121.
Yep, 6,500.
123.
1,000.
1,000, accept.
1,000.
124.
Accept.
Accept 1,000.
Accept 1,000.
125, 126, 205.
Counter at 7,500.
I had 8,000.
All right, counter at 8,000. He's just a little harsher than I am.
8,000 it is.
127.
Accept.
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 128.
Accept.
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 129, 130.
I was gonna cancel.
Well, I got counter at 20K, but if there's anything pending, cancel. What do we got?
There's almost always something
This is the
pending.
fifth
I'm sure there's
appearance
something
since.
pending.
I'm sure
There's
there's
always
something
something pending.
pending at
This is fifth appearance since I've been here, which is.
All right, cancel and bond. Counter, cancel and
All I
bond.
wrote down was double it.
That's not okay.
So cancel and bond?
All right. 135.
Accept.
Accept.
6,000. Yep.
Good with that?
Yep.
136.
I'm countering at 95,000. I mean 95.
Wow.
9,500. She gave a discount when
Yes.
because they appeared to be
Yes.
close together. But from what I read, that there was an arrest after each sale. So
I was at 10,000, but I'd do 9,500.
95. Counter 9,500.
137.
Accept.
Accept.
Yep. 138.
I'll adopt the delegation.
Yes, adopt a new delegation.
Yes.
139.
So this, and I took an awful long time reading this, and the because the license had been revoked, the ALJ ruled that he didn't have to make a finding, or she, I don't know what it is, who she or he is, didn't have to make a finding, it's a he, on the charges, and decided that since there was not an established licensee to sustain the charges on, that they should all be dismissed. I don't think, and Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, that is what the law actually says.
Correct.
Because if by dismissing these charges, this
No history.
this licensee does not have any of this history if any of them were to be sustained. So I want to send this back for what?
To complete, to actually issue a finding. And
Okay.
and I would actually
A
also
finding pursuant to
Pursuant
what
to
the
the-
regulations require from the AOJ.
Right.
just ensure that the hearing is actually concluded.
Right, and okay, so that's what I want, is to ALJ to make sure the hearing is actually concluded, and then to make an actual evidentiary finding on the charges. And not, because I don't think dismissing them because the license has been revoked is proper. And it's certainly not helpful going forward.
Yes.
Are we all good with that?
Yep.
Yes,
Okay.
completely agree.
140,
Accept.
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 141,
I'll adopt them.
Adopted.
Adopted.
142,
I'll adopt them.
Adopt them.
Adopted.
143,
I'll adopt.
Adopt.
144,
Adopt.
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 145,
I'm sorry, 1,500.
I was at 2,000, but I'll take 50.
2,000.
145, 2,000?
Yep.
Okay.
147,
Accept.
2,000, accept.
Accept.
148,
Accept.
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 150,
This seem a little low.
Yeah, a
Yeah.
lot low.
Okay.
I was, what?
Plus, they lied through their teeth.
That's right.
I got double it counted.
Yeah. That's right.
15,000
15,000.
15,000.
151,
Accept.
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 152,
Accept.
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 153,
2,500.
2,500.
2,500.
154,
6,000.
6,000.
1,000.
155,
1,000.
1,000.
1,000.
157,
1,000.
1,000.
1,000.
158,
Accept.
Accept. 3,500.
3,500. Accept.
160,
I have dismiss.
Our record's inaccurate. Distance to the church.
But we also say the lamp system is not a guarantee.
And we make that clear, though, don't we?
I make it crystal clear. It's the first thing before they even click in.
Maybe just a letter of warning.
Yeah, letter of warning. It's fine too.
Is it, did they come in? They're not within the 200 foot, though.
No, sorry. I was.
Okay, all right, letter of warning is fine, but that was stupid.
161,
I'll accept. It's their last chance.
15,000, accept.
15,000. Accept.
162,
I'll accept.
Accept.
Accept. 4,500.
163,
Accept.
Accept.
300, accept.
165,
6,000,
Accept.
accept.
166,
Accept.
1,000. Accept.
Accept.
167,
Accept.
5,000. Accept.
Accept.
168,
1,000.
1,000.
1,000, okay.
169,
Counter, what do you have?
No, I don't have anything.
I was gonna counter 2,500.
2,500.
Counter 2,500.
170,
I have cancel.
I would just be careful on a default like this, because that is unlikely to stand up on
Okay.
litigation.
Like you had a bad night here.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna go 8,000.
8,000.
1,000.
All right, 174 was withdrawn before the meeting started.
It's probably
Yep.
a smart move.
Fine.
186,
Accept.
Accept.
186, 5,000, accept.
189,
Accept.
Cancel and bond accept.
Accept.
190's been held over to the to the 6th. Mr.
Why?
Mailer. Mr. Mailer is not in the state
It's
currently.
gonna
But it's
dismiss.
dismissed. Yeah, we're not holding this over.
Yeah,
Dismiss.
dismiss.
Same with this, anything? Well, there's always something pending on this one.
Well, and he didn't want us to,
Renewal.
191, 192, 3, and 4.
I'm not comfortable with this, either
No, I'm
bring
not.
them in or.
I have, no,
or
I have to
cancel.
bring him in.
Yeah.
This is,
I have noise violence,
the license
bring them in
on
or
the sixth.
cancel. It's a restaurant wine license.
what do you want to do? I'll do anything you want to do. Or we can do 10,000 or bring him in.
I was saying 10,000.
But we need to resolve the noise and the violence issues, I think,
All right, bring
unless
him
we
in.
talk to
Do
them.
we need to save this?
Yes, it'll be over to the 6th.
2-6.
195,
Accept.
195. Accept.
Accept.
196,
Accept.
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 197,
Counter at 5,000.
Yeah.
8 a.m.
Not even
Open
opening-
4 months.
Not even a year, yeah.
I know. Yeah.
Rock and roll.
you all go with 5?
Counter 5.
Counter 5.
198,
Counter 4.
Counter at 4.
199,
Accept.
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 200,
10,000.
But they already surrendered the license on 199.
Did they?
Yeah.
Yeah, but so this way we get the 1,000. If they don't pay it, we're gonna get a bond anyway, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
2,000, 200 rather.
10,000.
10,000?
Yeah, they're getting bad.
It's third disorderly premises, yeah.
2002,
They'll come in and ask.
They're coming for a recon.
You guys can decide this. I was iffy.
Says the DJ was but an error.
Yeah.
I had just 500.
2,000.
2,000.
202?
yes.
All right, 2,000.
204,
Accept.
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 I don't have anything else. You have anything else, Chairman?
No. Thank
And
you.
we are adjourned.